Okay, so we should be live and everything, so we're going to pick up where we left off. Don't worry about that one. That might be something I might be messing with off stream. Look, man, I'm not chasing achievements. Don't worry about it. But we're going to pick up where we left off. Oh, okay. You have to choose which of those saves. Cool. Every time you pull it up, you feel more existential dread. Alright, so where we left off, we've got a pretty big amount of stuff going on right now. So let me give you a tour of what we got going on here so far as our setup. So pretty much our setup, don't mind me, pretty much our setup is this. We've got our shop front here, and it's all fed from this set of catapults right here. So everything is just fed in here in this massive array. And so we have all of this is all got goods associated. This shelf is free, and then these two potion shelves are free, but everything else is being filled. And then when people buy stuff, they ring it out the register, it feeds into this box, which then feeds out into my conveyor belt that cuts across the entire map. And it splits off to feed the money into these things to keep them producing stuff, as well as it goes all the way over here. And it feeds into those two to feed that system. And then we are in progress of setting up this over here. Same deal. But yeah. Gotcha, I hope it runs for you. So with that said, we got basically our early game stuff is here. And all you need to know about this is like gears and all that. We got the pulleys just kind of lumped on top of it. This is all my flax related stuff and my healing medicine. So yeah, so it's just like, money goes in, wood comes out, wood becomes plank, planks become big screws become little screws, you get the idea. We got our stone production. All of this is going to need to be redone at some point. I'm just refusing to do that. Alright, so things we're working on right now. The big project is over here. So this big project we're working on is I've got this whole setup, and all this that we're seeing here, all of this is basically feed in money this side, and it ultimately comes back around here as coke powder. So like coke as in the reheated charcoal kind of stuff. And once we get that going, we need to start getting our stuff going on. Okay, so it was on 39C3, the CCC's conference. Can't say when the talk was, but the person posted recently on their Mastodon about, presume it made headlines. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's very like mini satisfactory. Okay, so the next thing that we wanted to do is I have all of this crap over here. All of this giant monstrosity in this corner here, this giant ridiculous nonsense, all of that is basically to grow plants. And that's what this is replacing, is we're going to be scaling that up. To that end, one thing I noticed when I was playing my offline one, which I'm going after the achievement where I have no customers, is my pain points in this run are entirely different than my pain points in that one. Because that one, I just don't need to, like, scale up a lot of stuff. I could just kind of run bare minimum with this and that just to make stuff happen. Okay, so I've been waffling on what I'm working on. So, right. I need to get the plants sorted. So for the plants, I need to get the fertilizer produced. So we're looking for advanced fertilizer. So that's mushrooms and regular fertilizer. That's no problem. Then we have fertilizer. Fertilizer we get from quick lime powder and plant ash. And plant ash is just sage that we burn. And quick lime powder is stone that we burn. So we're going to need to have an input of stone. So let's bring our stone input over here farther, I think. Make sure we have some space to work here. So the purchasing portal. Okay. I need planks. Okay. And there is a leveling mechanic to the game and everything as well. So you can kind of be like, I want to focus on this or that and level up accordingly. How do you make sure money gets split equally? I am not doing that. They are not getting split equally. It's actually 50% of the money. So if we actually look at the way the money comes out, so it comes down to this path. This is all of the money. All of the money is going on this path, every last bit. So 50% of the money goes to the right, 50% goes left. And there's a silver coin in there. We're starting to get more silver coins, which I appreciate. So at that point, so 50% is on this track, so then 25% goes in there. And assuming it doesn't back up, then 25% is on this track, so then 12.5% goes in there. And then once you go here, it's 6.25, that goes in there, and then it's 3.125, that goes in here. You get the idea. Because I have that set up as a series, it will just keep knocking it down by 50% each and every time, which means we're very, very not getting it split evenly. I should actually do painful maths. Let's see. Is there enough lag that one is not taking it all? Yeah. I am overpowering some of them. Okay, so let's consider. I want to not do math. So I'm not gonna do math. So right now, that's breaking everything up into stone. And then that stone's going to need to be burned. The next thing we're going to need to do is have the sage. And that's going to be a thing that's going to be feeding back into its own system. So I'm not going to do math. I don't want to. You can't make me. Alright, so let's grab you. I need iron ingots. It's actually one of the pain points we're having right now is not really getting enough stuff through here. I was over here for iron ingots, which are here. Let's grab me a full stack. I have my other potions. There they are. They're being made over here. Ooh, actually, I might be able to do that. I definitely do that. So grab you. Let's find the linen ropes. Let's grab you. Grab some stone. Grab you. And then we need to grab our mortars, which your box is here somewhere. Grab you. We're gonna actually drop off a bulk order. I don't think we've done that this whole run. Boom. Give me a bunch of money. Okay. Why does everyone walk like they're super pissed off? Have you seen this neighborhood? They used to have a bunch of houses here, and now they got a factory that's churning out drugs. I'd be pissed off too. Nope, I need small gears. That should be a box over here. I know I need to rework this stuff, and I really don't wanna. Whether the drugs are tasty, though? I mean, they are buying them. Like, it's ruining the neighborhood. And hey, Avec. Can we get a shout out for Avec, by the way? And our fantastic content creators. Played a lot of, like, automation games and that in the past as well. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Cool. And that's not set up yet, so that's going to make our stone here. Now, the catch of what's going to happen here is I am going to need to cook this stone to make it into, what is it, quicklime? Oh, I'm gonna need to do math for that. What are we working on right now? Advanced fertilizer. We're taking this monstrosity of crappy fertilizer over here that just goes on for days, and we're gonna burn it all down, and we're gonna make advanced fertilizer because it just leagues better. But it is a massive redo. Okay. So, we're gonna get about 1 stone every 3 seconds out of the crusher. So that actually happens to work out perfectly with 3 of them, because that's about 1 stone a second. Cool. 1 stone a second seems pretty good. At which point then we cook it at a rate of 9 or 1 quicklime per 9 seconds. Just use a calculator? I'm not pulling it up. So if we look at that, I can put 3 on a pedestal. So I would need 3 pedestals. Boom. Math done. Is it right? Probably not. Did I do it anyways? Absolutely. So let's go ahead and line you up with this one. I am going to need to get more stone for myself. Okay. You're still really good at math, but you never attained it. Yeah, me and Toom have actually had that discussion a number of times, where, like, when we went to school, it was always, you need to learn math because you won't have a calculator with you. And even back then, as kids, you're like, I can already buy a watch that's a calculator. I'm feeling pretty good that I'm going to be able to have a calculator with me just about anywhere. We didn't know we were going to have smartphones or anything like that, but I was like, look, man, if you want a calculator with you, it's a very doable thing. It is not even the mildest of inconveniences. But, you know, then smartphones came to be, and it's like, no, genuinely, just, you're going to have one with you. Okay, so that'll be the stone going in there. And then from here, I'm not going to wire it up yet. I know it's a little wasteful, but I don't care. Then we can go and bring you right on by here. I'm deliberately not hooking up any of this yet, because I don't want to start having it eat my fuel until then. Do I want to connect it there? Ooh. I don't think we connect this here. I know you can bulk grab it. I don't want to actually grab this storage container. And there's a reason why I don't think I want to grab it from here. Because what I could do is up here, I can put a priority filter that makes sure that the charcoal powder stays on these lines as a priority. And as a secondary consideration, we kick it over to the other side. Because if this goes down by, I'm looking at this as the equivalent of Factorio's electricity. It's very on fire electricity, but I'm looking at it as electricity for my purposes. Okay, so all that will give us the stuff on this side. Okay. And I'm putting way too many buffer chests in this. Those buffer chests are going to mean it'll have a tendency to, Sorry, it'll have a tendency to just overstack what's in there kind of thing. And that'll just be a lot of money that's effectively just sitting in boxes. But at the same time, that if things go wrong, I've already got that stuff sitting there and it'll end up on shop shelves. Oh, I need more wood. Yeah, because this can keep just rebuffering around more and more, where it's just getting more and more of that charcoal powder built up. Or, sorry, coke powder. Charcoal's what we were doing before. Not that. Where? Oh, your box is over here. Okay. So with that, that'll turn it all into the quicklime powder. Another set of buffer chests. Okay, so that'll be our quicklime powder production online. All I have to do is plug this in and turn that on. For the moment, I don't mind turning that onto the limestone and letting it start to churn. A lot of this is going to struggle. I'm probably going to have to inject my own money into it. So what I want to do here is we've got a priority splitter. Features 1 conveyor belt input and 2 outputs where the items are prioritized for first output. So let's pick up these 2 tiles. That's a priority merger, so a priority splitter. Now what I don't really know is which one's the priority. Because like there's a blue and yellow one and I've still not figured that out with any of this stuff. And here's the question. Okay, so I can flip it and lean it, but I can't switch which one's there. Alright. So then what's going to happen here is I'm going to go over here. It's going to be a bit of a waste of resources. Actually, even though it's a waste of nails, I'm going to keep it up high for a little bit longer. That way, if I go to expand, I can just slap it down and not have to readjust everything. Okay. I'm gonna hook that up. That'll be the production. So this will now start filtering off surplus of the coke powder. And assuming you think yellow is first priority, mainly because it's right in line. That's what I was thinking as well. I would, like, color-wise, I want to think blue is the priority. But logistically, I'd want the yellow to be the priority. Oh yeah, we made so much money. So while it does its thing, so that's going to be making our powder now. Yeah, so we can't satisfy those yet. All right, so the next thing is going to be the sage. Take a bunch of coke after it. That isn't a bad idea. Yep, it's the bottom. Cool, that's all I need to know. Check you back into the system. Cool, so that means that should keep those buffered at all times, and only surplus should get kicked over here. These are all live. Why? Oh. Feed it money, have lots of money. Take all my money, get those things online. There we go. Okay, so that should all be working. Alright, so now's where we got kind of the catch-22, the chicken and the egg situation. And what I'm talking about with that is this chicken and egg situation we're looking at is I need fertilizer to grow sage, to burn sage, to make fertilizer. So you see the problem there. I need the thing to do the thing. And we're not doing any belt balancing, we're doing like the 50% reduction each time. So this is one of the products, that's fine. So what I think we do here is I'll end up putting another line down this way. We'll ooh. I could put the stuff for burning the sage over here. So we can just feed this line straight on down and have my next row. So I'm not actually connecting that. We'll have that here. So that'll be where the fuel comes in for our next row of burning and all that. Because again, this is just going to be the output of all the stone. And we're going to have to tether them together in some manner anyway. Okay, how do we want to approach this? So it's the ash and the ground up stone, the ground up limestone, that makes my fertilizer. That I then want to turn into tier 2 fertilizer, which we get our mushrooms from over here. You know, I might do real fast over here. It might help kick this off a little bit. Hey, box. Where's that money? You know what? This will be a mistake. Have a big old mountain of silver. It's gonna really regret doing that, but that might clear it up. So we have no money. All right. So let's work this back. So this is where the powder comes out. And then to make the fertilizer is the advanced assembler, right? That's for basic and advanced fertilizer. Okay. So let's plan to have this like here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we got our basic fertilizer going there. I'll need more small gears, and I'll put a row of advanced fertilizer right after it.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? So I can go over here. I'm doing good. We'll want to have the boxes here. And obviously, all these storages should probably be way smaller ones. But, you know. Okay. So you'll be for advanced. Okay, so that's the mushrooms need to come over. So mushrooms are over here right now. So for that, what we'll probably want to do is one of these. Which would take a row of platforms right like this. Grab our little elevators here. Okay, we'll have that. Okay, there's the mushrooms coming through. Love to see that. So that means the advanced would all be hooked up. And then we would grab the regular. The regular again here. You don't see the issue with bigger storage if you're making enough coins. Yeah, and that's the thing. The bigger storage works, it just means like more buffering to get it filled. Okay, so these are going to require the quick powder and the other. So I've got 5 of those, and only 4 places for them to go. We do printed circuit board style here. I do think I actually need extra of this for something, so that might be just fine the way I left it there. So powdered. Yeah, so that actually gets used for quite a few things. So we'll just leave this one literally just where it is to be used later. Okay, so that's feeding in one of the ingredients. So the next thing we would need is we would then need the ash. And then once we have the ash, all the rest of that's hooked up. And then we just make it feed back into itself. Wait, that's not the way I want it. Okay. I'm curious. Yeah, so it looks like since we got some silver here and there, that conveyor belt's all solidly filled up, and this one's still working on it, but that's okay, because we're taking a lot of stuff in here and processing it right now. That's fine. It's also weird that one of those is backing up, but the other ones aren't. It's fine. Okay, that's fine. We'll worry about that later. You feel like the game would be much better with like the like fantasy characters. I can see that. Keep in mind it is early access. They could always add more stuff that later. All right, so I needed. All right, let's getting the pulley systems here. Okay, so now's where I've got to make the fertilizer stuff happen. So, let's start tracking back from this. Same exact idea as the other side. I'm gonna kind of mirror it. I need more iron. You said a place in the early access is up? Yeah, from what I understand, at least with this early access, it is one of the early accesses where you can finish the game. You're not just, can you copy paste template? There is blueprinting. I've not been good about using it. But it does exist in the game. Alright, so we might have to be careful here, because this one might run into a problem with throughput on the belt. Okay. Right, I don't need any grinders. I think this will be just where the ash is. I'm just going to assume it's a similar amount and not math. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you had 9 over here. You'll do the same thing here, where I'm anticipating needing the ash on other lines. So we're just gonna have like a free belt. I'll probably need more than that, but just a free belt that's just there to plug more stuff in, and we can just ignore it otherwise. Okay. So then with this, I can go over here and I can go 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I've got all that. So we now got all that set up. Okay, that'll get all that set up on this side. Let's actually bring it just a little bit back in case I need to do any funny business with any of this. Okay. So that's going to get set up pretty soon, and that'll be the ash side. And this is the real question, not that thing, is setting up our planters. So this is going to spit out fertilizer over there. So let's start by going over here. And honestly, for right now, is not how I should do it. But at least this way they're all connected, so it doesn't just back up on one spot. You will need to be sage. And you'll go there. Actually. So it splits it evenly. Okay. So in theory, that's all set up on this side. So let's go over here and steal some fertilizer. Give it to me. Give it all to me, please, and thank you. There. So we got ourselves a nice little stack of fertilizer so we can start putting sage on the line. So there's the sage start going into production. So that's going to feed sage in here, which is going to go up into this. We will feed the coke powder in here once I get some sage backlogged. And out of that coke powder, we can then go through here and get these starting to get filled up. That one will just kind of stop after a while, but that's fine. It's actually not fine. But all those will feed in here, which then goes into the system, which produces our tier 1 fertilizer, which then goes in here, which then produces our advanced fertilizer, which then loops the whole way back, creating a closed circuit of this. We don't have any of the ratios figured out or anything like that. We'll need to do that. But this should bring it online. But I do want it to have a little bit of a backlog on the sage before we bring the fuel in. But we're pretty much at that stage now. So half of the coke powder will now get deviated over here for sage production. And then if all that's sorted, we then have the basic setup for our fertilizer and our fuel. And then the next move after this would be all this crap we've got built over here, all these extra plant systems and all that. I would build those over here so that we prioritize the fuel to go making the fertilizer, that this would get the priority pass to go directly in there, and then the rest of the, the rest of the plant system would be over here. And then realistically, I'm probably just going to pipe the flax all the way back around into these boxes like we've been doing. And then at that point, this whole monstrosity here can go away, because it's effectively been completely replaced and upgraded. Okay, so we're starting to get the first of the ash. And the first of the level 1 fertilizers coming through. Now I get the first of the advanced fertilizers coming through. And it should come around just about in time for doing this. And that's supposed to be magnitudes better than what we've been doing. We're just selling so much stuff. I mean, this time, I had some real whopping high expenses. But I did just set up 2 whole new lines of stuff. So let's go over here. Not super worried about this, but you never know when one of these will be good. Yeah, all these are starting to depend on the transformation potions. Okay, so we're now going to be switching over to the advanced stuff. We're about to get our very first advanced stuff in here. So I'm assuming it'll burn the crappy fertilizer first. And so right now the production is 20 units of the sage per minute. I'll definitely say the considering we put only 2 stacks of fertilizer in this thing to begin with, and we're definitely gonna have way more than that on the other side, it definitely seems like we're getting a very big net positive on it. Alright, 1 more bag of fertilizer, then we get to see how much of a difference the good fertilizer makes. Because my hope is it'll be substantial. Oh, yeah. 105 a minute? That literally we're kind of bottlenecking on the belt on the other side? Yeah, that's what we want to see. Alright. 5.25 down? Yeah, it's like 5 times more. It's literally choking on the belt on the other side. Okay. So with that, I feel like that's going to be another properly set up closed loop. Let's remove these 2 tiles here. And we're going to put another one of the priority splitters there. That way we prioritize putting the fertilizer into that. Drop off the extra advanced fertilizer I've got. And let's give enough room where if I decide later on I need a second one of those or a third one of those, I got room to grow. Because that'll probably happen eventually. And then now we want to start moving all of our flax production and everything else over to that. So we could rip all of that out. Do we want to move the... Ooh, 1 second. Before we properly commit. So right now, all of this is my flax right here. Well, I mean, it's already set up. It's got way more buffer chests than it needs. But yeah, no, I can just plug into that. It's fine. It's wasteful, but it's fine. Okay. Well, no, the idea is whether I'm taking this and I'm taking my flax and then, like, looping it back around here. And then bringing it to this area where I could just literally just plug it into what I already have existing in this area. And then this area can get torn down since it's highly inefficient and this literally replaces it. or whether I'm rebuilding from scratch the flax production on this side. It's probably more correct to build it on this side and then bring the goods around somewhere. Like, bring them in through the window to be put onto shelves. But then that means rerouting everything, and I don't want to do it. I've got a lot more town I'm going to be buying, so I don't need to do it. Okay. Regardless, let's get some goods being produced. I think I need clay, don't I? Yeah, I need clay. Regular clay. Oh, I don't have regular clay. That's the problem, is we're turning it all into bricks. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so that's another thing that's going to need to happen. Is we're going to need to take some of the stone and start smashing it into sand, and then combining it with charcoal to make our clay. We'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So, first contestant for this. So, flax seeds. Give it a little gap. That's gonna fill up alarmingly fast. Right. So let's consider. We're probably not going to use those flax seeds for anything by themselves. It's fine. I'll get to work. Okay, so we're making all of the woven stuff here. So literally the belt can't handle it, is what we're dealing with. The belts are reaching their capacity. Honestly, is this one of those situations that I take it even wider? Okay, so it does seem to be hitting about even with that. And those are just trying their best. But yeah, so the box is saying about even, that it's grinding about the same rate it's doing that. So we're getting the woven material in there. Okay, and so one of those is equivalent to about 5 of the other ones running on the other fertilizer. And so if we look over here, I do actually have about 7 or 8 of them. So let's just assume I'm going to need way more than I think, because I know we have more stuff that's going to be using flax. So let's just go ahead and add a second whole setup. Okay. We'll need more clay. All right. Then the clay brick is coming over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so we're going to definitely want to take some time to shut down the entire other area, but let's get this all wired up and hooked up to everything, and then we shut down the other one. Okay, so let's go here. And set you to flax. Drop the better fertilizer in there. Okay, so we've got 2 of these going now. And I don't think we use the regular flax for anything in itself. If we check our flax stuff down here. Oh no, I do. I use it. Well, actually, wait a second. I do use the flax fiber for making the health potions. Okay. So the flax fiber does serve a purpose. Alright. So, with that producing at those volumes now, that's just going to take a minute to catch up. So you're producing 20 a minute. So 20, 40, 60, 80, 120, 140. So 280 a minute. And we want to go over to the other side of this and potentially put them into these. And you would do the linen thread. Okay. So we have 2 of those making linen thread. That's all it takes to overrun it. And I don't think we're going to worry about the rope over here right now. That's 20 there. Okay, so that's a 1-to-1 ratio. I understand. Alright, let's go ahead and get ourselves some more big gears. And start getting a bunch of those little routes set up to try and get this in better shape. So big gears, grab me a stack. Okay. So I'll make both of these make thread. So that's 120 between the 2 of those. So it's 21, so let's see, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120. So these 2 takes up the full capacity of that. And that's producing 40 linen thread per 3 seconds. My math is wrong somewhere because that is handily... No, that's about even. It's close. So that's the thread. Then we can go over here. You're gonna also make thread. And then for the healing potion, it was sage in this. So in this particular case, the other half of this is gonna be healing potion. You'll feed there, and you'll feed here, but then we'll have the extra sage production going on here that feeds into this. Because right now that's keeping at capacity. It is what it is. So let's go ahead and put down another planter here. I need more clay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. And pop over here, drop another one of these. Set the sage. Okay. Now the curiosity here is this is going to overwhelm the production over there, which is a good thing. But then I have the consequence of I gotta figure out what to do with it. And the thought would be to loop it into this system. But if I try and put it back here, you'll notice that belt is at saturation. By doing this one, I'm just going to overwhelm one lane. But I think that's just the nature of how it's going to be. Oh, wait. We've goofed. 1 second. Yeah, I can make it a priority splitter. I'm going to need to do that. I was trying to avoid it, but, you know. So a couple of things. One is I need to grind this up so it's actually usable here. I forgot there's an intermediary step. So chuck that back in. Okay, so what we could actually do is instead of a priority splitter, we can do a priority merger over here. Merge it into this belt only as needed. There we go. Chuck you in here. And then we can go down here. Put a pair of priority splitters. I need more nails, but we'll bring that straight across. So we'll have the priority splitters feed into the priority merger. Because if we do it that way, then what should happen is anytime this backs up, it'll just feed over to the other lane only when it's kind of available. Can you put a storage box at the output so that you have multiple individual belt outputs? Or won't it fix the bottleneck? Oh, this... I could put a box, but it's this conveyor belt here. This one segment's the bottleneck. If I put a box right here, well, actually... No, I think I see what you're saying. I mean, we could find out real fast what we can do. So if I put a box literally right here, I need iron. But there's so much material so fast. Okay. Yeah, so what you're saying is, will it basically bypass the speed of which stuff happens normally? I don't think it is. It's putting a gap there. It's still fine. It's still not bad to have that buffer there anyways. It's just a buffer that goes into another buffer, but, you know, who cares? And then you'd go this way. So that's our overflow. So now the question is, you're producing 105 a minute. And if I put my grinders down here, plug you in, you handle 20 a minute. I don't think realistically we'll be using all these. So we'll just go with that, knowing there's going to be always some capacity that bleeds over. If I end up needing more, I've got room. It's fine, so drop you in. Drop you in. Most likely these will all just get overwhelmed. And then meanwhile, you plug in right there. And that'll be the green medicine. You should be, let's see. So you're making the thread. You also make thread, that's right. Then we'll go down here just a little ways more. And then you make rope. And was it you? Make fabric. And this thing is an absolute glutton for material. You'll need more small gears. The hardest part's going to be actually getting that all the way to the other side of the property where I want it. Let's see here. What the heck was I over here for? I'll take a stack of those. We've got that. I need stone. What was I over here for? Small gears. That's right. There we go. So I get this all going around here. All that's just doing its thing. So that gets me fabric here. We got the medicine there. So we also want to make bandages, and bandages are a combination of the medicine and the fabric. So we can do that here. We got a couple of options how I can do this. What I'm going to do is this. So I'm going to put a priority splitter right like this. And then we're going to go ahead and pop on down here. And drop another box there. That's fine. And one thing I also learned were people like, why don't you use the catapult, you know, just kind of everywhere? I did find the catapults actually have a pretty strong limitation on their throughput. So it is one of those things that you end up not using them for a bunch of stuff just because of that limitation. Okay, so that gives me bandages, rope, fabric, and then medicine over here. And then what I should probably actually do, well, it's fine. We can put another priority splitter here. You know what, that actually might be what we do here. So go here, put a priority splitter there, go like this. Drop another box down here for another end product. Just wiggle that over one. And plug that in. Okay. Cool. So we got all that going. Everything seems to be about as good as it's going to go on over here. This is starting to, Oh, that's an interesting thought. Okay. We can go to here, is we can put a priority merger here. And so again, if we have bleed over where it backs up... Oh, that's the priority merger there. I'm going to have priority splitter. 1 second. We'll get this sorted. But you get where this is going. So I'll skip one. I can build a priority splitter. Then you go over here. Priority merger. So we're kind of doing a low effort belt balancer kind of thing here. Where basically what happens is it keeps feeding onto this line. And if that line ever fully saturates where this container fills up, which it is slowly, it'll then lead over to the next line. I don't think it got enough room to set up another one though. I mean, I could sit there and do something like this, like weasel it back and flip it over. I don't think it matters that much. But we still got kind of like a sloppy belt balancer over there. Oh, that's an interesting problem. Minor change. No there. Because these ones kind of prioritize one output to begin with. So it's prioritizing this, and then it was going over there. So that should help out. So that should get that going the whole way over there again, and then it'll back up, and then the excess will pop over this way once these four are all backed up. And realistically, this thing's going to fill up, and then the whole thing will back up, and that'll be fine. Yeah, so we should start seeing it come out here any second now. There it goes. Be like 1 in 4. Cool, that's fine. Alright, so we got medicine being made. This should result in bandages being made. Ah, right, because it's priority to fill up the linen box first. Okay, so that's where we got our first thing, because now I've got all those materials, and I want them in here, because there's the linen, there's the rope, this is the bandage spot, there's the medicine. So we want to bring that around in here to connect up to our system to feed those shelves. And I cannot build out this side of the place. So we're probably going to want to do one of these things that we build over this way. I believe they added wall shelves we could add. Interesting. That might work. Because then what we could do is put those over here, route it over here, and then catapult it to the other side of the building. Alright. So let's start hooking this all up. I didn't think about dealing with this more. Actually... I'm not entirely sure how the beams work, but that's alright. Yeah, so there's the linen, there's the rope. The bandages are in there somewhere. We just put places to catch them over here and reroute them. Okay. So it's the green potions. Okay, so that's a whole bunch of things to get that all wired up, and then start tearing it down. So we'll want to go over here. I should have thought about this before we route it this way, but we'll just... Yeah, so that lines up. So I'll put one layer right here. Because that's where a bunch of that's going to have to sit. I might just be able to turn around and catapult it up to the window and move from there. The only downside of doing catapults is the catapults do have a pretty significant throughput limitation. That is their one big weakness, and you can upgrade them. Well, I forgot we have those. Oh, apparently I have to do it at this height. I forgot piping it through the wall was even an option. And I can't build outside that area. So I can go over here, and the only issue with that is I don't have a good line of sight to work with there. We could certainly go like way up here and pipe it through the wall and just go over the top of the rafters and drop it down. But, you know, I don't want to do that. It sounds like effort. Yep, no, absolutely. These kind of factory automation games are 100% the kind of games that you sit down and be like, I'll just play an hour. I'll just get this one thing done. And then the sunrise, and you're like, what have I done to myself? Okay. So we got 4 different material outputs here. To go over to those belts over there. So easy enough. That's one of our belts. There's the second one. There's the third one. Now I need more planks. Okay, and like I said, we're gonna get all that wired up. And then it'll be a matter of tearing down the other side kind of thing. And then just like filling in the gaps. Let's start with this by just going and doing one of these. Okay, so delete this one corner here. Okay, so that brings it all inside here. So now the question is, what is the range on my catapults? That is the question. If I go and I put a box right there and there, and we put a couple of these right here, does it reach? Target too far. Okay. It's kind of what I was afraid of. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what I might be able to do here is hopefully this is enough that they can still get around it. I think they can. Would a shout by the window give an extra few squares? You're right, it would. Let's test to see if that would put in range. Because I don't really have a good idea what the range is on these things. So we put those back there. Because we can get the better ones when we get steel, but I don't have steel yet. So that's cool and all, but that helps tomorrow me, not today me. Yeah, no, you're right, is I could grab the windowsill ledge. And that would let me scooch that up like 2 tiles. Let's just see if you can shoot there. Yeah, so it's still too far. I could probably try doing this. Because I encroach in this room quite a bit. And obviously this would be a point that I should go through and probably retool my setup for filling all my things. But I really don't wanna. Too far. And that's as far as I think I can go before they'll have problems pathing in here. Okay, so those catapults don't really have as much range as I was thinking they have. So we're just going to use conveyor belts and go around. It'll be inconvenient. It'll add a really long buffer to it. But that is where we're at. So what do we even have here? Oh, 1 second. Okay. So that's the steel stand. An auxiliary structure that only needs to be supported on both ends to build and can be converted into different lengths. I see. So I can give it a little bit of length there and do some stuff with it. Yeah, because I could do something like this where we poke it through, I build some like ramp stuff to go up here. I can also go across the floor potentially. But my thought is if I can get it up on the wall, then I can drop it back down over here. You know, just chuck it across the area here, maybe. The challenge is, it's 4, and these ledges are only about 2 wide. So I can take 2 and then put the next 2 on top of them. And then, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to chuck it just across this opening. Then go here. They're not unhappy about that. And I'm not allowed to build on top of the cash-out desk. Because what I was thinking is, I'd bring 2 of these over, the next 2 would then go on top of those, come around this corner, and then would start catapulting across the way. Let's see if this is close enough. Still complaining about being too far. Let's just go for it like this. As far out as I think we can get away with. so there's 1. So you won't be able to get to that angle. 2. Can I scooch this whole thing to in 1 more? Because now the problem is... I can't quite get the angle I need. It's gonna need to be pretty much on the money because it can only scooch slightly to the side. Okay. So with this then we can go boom. Let's unset those targets for just a minute. Right, that's the medicine one. Okay. So how do I want to go about doing this? So it's going to need to happen here. This is going to be where we'll see this can work. Let's put those 2 on top of here. And put catapults on there. Do you reach, please? That's fine. That's workable. Because then the one over here on the side can reach it. Okay, cool. So we got that wired up. Alright, so we need to figure out which ones are going where. So there's my vitality potion. We can make that... You're the outside lane. So we could bring you down... and over this way. Oh, there's catapults back there. Alright, so that's fine, because that one's going to need to go over here. There's going to be a little bit of finagling, because we are just, like, spaghettiing things together that really weren't planned to go this way. Okay. So that's our healing potions or whatever. The healing potion's all the way over there on the right. So I do think we are going to do one of these ones. I'm just going to wiggle it. And then you go all the way in that left channel. Okay. So the healing potions are now connected. Next contestant, let's go for the linen fabric. The linen fabric here, we can just bring it straight on over there and plug it in. We got that all plugged in. And so you're the linen fabric. So that's going to be another one on the left. That should be okay as long as that bottom catapult ends up on the right lane. Okay, and now we go over here. This would be very expensive on our nails. Okay, let's get more nails, and what the heck do you have going on here? More requests I can't do. Nails are here. Sleeping into bed will be interesting. It's fine. If we're going to harass our poor neighbors with the sheer amount of stuff we're just chucking over the neighborhood and annexing all the property, I'm sure we can make this manageable. Okay, so you now go there. Alright, so we still have the rope and then the bandages. So the bandages are way over there. I believe that's that track, and then the rope is this track. Okay, all of that is going to suck to wire up. So let's get the rope sorted out. So rope is going to be the third one. And the bandage is the fourth one. Alright, so for the rope, I think what we do is this whole path is probably going to go away in a minute. But at least until we set that up to be fixed, let's change this up a little bit. So we can plug in on the rope directly from the side there. And what we're going to instead do here, we go boom, 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 and boom, boom. Instead of going down, we're going to go up with this. And then one of these can plug in here, and then the other one can plug in through here. That'll work. So this is for the rope. And this is almost a case study about, like, can't see what's happening right now. This is almost a case study about, technical debt. Because this is like technical debt being visualized, where we are just muddying up the design more and more and more as we're having to take existing stuff and just repurpose it on the fly. And then at some point, you know, it's gonna need to be cleaned up. Because it just keeps becoming more and more spaghetti. Alright, in theory, that's all wired up now. And the only thing we're waiting on is I do have priority, so they won't make any bandages until the linen's caught up. So that's just gonna take time. Why am I seeing literally no... What just broke down? Okay, so you're all producing here. You're making your stuff here. So you fell behind over here. I ran out of mushrooms. That's what's going on. Not enough cash being fed into the machine to make my ridiculous output of stuff. So we got an issue there. That'll slowly resolve itself-ish, sort of, kind of. Okay, in the meantime, we still have more things that need to happen over there. You're all doing well here. We got the clay going around here. A lot of this could shut down. The only thing that I'm not making that goes over there is the pulleys. We're not making the pulleys that require rope as well. That requires planks. Which realistically for the planks, I'm probably feeding even more over, considering you are barely keeping up. I think we're fine there, though. Okay. The thing, the reality is we're going to be running money even further along the property so that I can make pulleys So I could feed pulleys into this disaster somewhere here as well. How would I even deal with that? Because of the pulleys. Because I feel like if I put another row back here, that'll start getting to the too far range. I won't be able to make it work. I could also make it go over here and then go up onto a ledge up there and then catapult down. I don't think I want to do that though. So we got the pulleys here. But the pulleys depend on rope, which depends on all this crap. Like literally if I get the pulleys, only the current red current stays there, and I want to move that over there as well. Somehow. I mean, we're feeding money back into the system as fast as we can. Oh, we got some silver here. Let me grab those. Managed to get a log in there. There's a bit more silver. There's a couple more logs. Wait. Why aren't you run? Oh, you're not running because... Ah, alright. I see the problem here. It's stuck because the planks are backed up. Right, so do a priority splitter here, just because it's convenient. And then we can go over here. Actually, yeah, no, we'll do it there. Because in this we can fix two problems at one time. There. So the saw's all just kicked back in. I understand. Okay. So yes, that should start feeding the logs into this, so it's dividing what's coming out of these trees between both of these. And that should help. Isn't that going to cause the same problems, but a little bit when the second planks get backed up? Maybe. I'm kind of hoping that we will alleviate a bunch of this, because ultimately those planks got to go somewhere. What I need to probably do is do a priority merger, but I didn't give myself the room for a priority merger. Because we do a priority merger, I could tell to use these planks as a higher priority than the other junk here. And I could do a very scuffed priority merger right here. I might even do that. Yeah, because I could do a real scuffed priority merger like right here. Feed this one around in there, feed that one around in there. But I'm going to leave it alone. If it backs up, priority splitter trash. Well, I don't want to put in the trash can, because the trash can is deleting money effectively. If we hit a point, I'm filling up both these all the way. What I can do is I can also make this when I go to pull planks to do work. I can just go over here and grab them. Pulleys? Yeah, that's another thing I can do is I can grab the surplus over here, because we do actually have an open path right here not being used, right there. I could take that, and even though it's just routing it really far, I could route that really far, take this path out the pulleys, make the pulleys, and then bring them around. I still don't know how I'm getting them to where I need them, though. Because we need them over here on this line, which goes over there. That's going to be a little bit of a booger to get them to, but that's doable. The issue there is from that wall, I can only go that far over, so I can't catapult more over here, not unless I, like, stack these up, put another layer up, and have them catapult from way up here down, which is a possibility. Or, like, route them around the other side of the room, because the pulleys are coming in here. I do want to get the pulleys out of there, because that's the only thing we're still dependent on the other side there for. Okay. Catapult straight into our catapult. Box next to desk. So what I'm thinking... Oh, here, 1 second. Then gears and nails. Well, gears and nails and all that, that's coming in from this side. That's fine. The thing is, all the stuff that's depend on the fabrics and all that. That's what we're trying to get deviated. The other stuff's fine where it's at. Like, honestly, getting this plant stuff out of there will enable me to do more on the other side. So let's go here. Okay, so that's where the pulleys are there. I can merge in over here, though. So let's, so that could be the downward ramp. Obviously, at some point, this has to be unscuffed. But my hope is, if that point ever does happen, it's after I've got some major upgrades that we can just ignore the scuff we've got so far. Okay, so the plan here is kind of what we already did with this shelf. But we're going to go and get this thing even higher. There we go. So we're going to go over here. And then when it's time to bounce up, we're going to instead bounce all the way up here. Here, let's turn it the other way. We do it this way. Yeah, so you can bounce all the way up there. And then from up here... have that catapult land right over there. Okay. So let's see. So for here, we'll want to go... like that. Alright. I think we got a plan. Is it a good plan? No. No, it is not. Is it a functional plan? How loosely are we defining functional in this case? That's an important detail on the considerations of the functionality of the plan. Okay. It's gonna be another thing that's just gonna eat a whole lot of nails. When a plan comes together. Alright. It's gonna be so nice to tear down, like... it's gonna be literally tearing down, like, the whole front half of this factory. That, you know, it served me well-ish. As long as you very loosely define well. But we're at that point where, to scale it up, it's gotta go. Okay. So now we go right here. Alright. So we need the pulleys. So let's go ahead here, and which one of you makes the pulleys? It's you, right? Alright, so the pulley accepts rope. Give it a little bit more room. Pulley accepts rope. And all that, we can go to this side over here. There's the output. There's your input. Set you to pulleys. And then you need the planks. And like we mentioned earlier, we've got this here for the planks that runs right out there. And it's almost a straight shot the whole way down until we get to about there. They don't have anything to worry about. Let's go wide, though. Let's go over here, and then turn. And then run this the whole way down, and all the way over. And plug it in. Alright, and that's pulleys, nice 18 reference. Yep. And now I'll get all that set up. So then all that surplus should just go right out there. Because I believe it'll prioritize this side, but then any of the extras will go there. And that should mean we are getting the mushrooms around here, so we should be getting our advanced fertilizer through the system again. Love to see it. It's going to take a little bit to play catch-up, unfortunately. I might also need to scale up the amount of mushroom logs we're processing. Which will be a whole new headache to deal with, but we'll get there. I'm not sure how fast it goes through those. Oh, it actually goes through them relatively fast. Well, crap. But you are starting to properly backlog on this side. It's just going to take time to get that all sorted. Okay, but are you making your pulleys? You are. Cool. So this is where we start tearing things apart. So, we have all of this crap over here that is all no longer needed. So what I want to do is I want to start disconnecting just one or two things here to slowly let it kind of bleed down to shut down operations. So let's start by just disconnecting the gates feeding into it and deciding which gates are out of here. So all of that's making fertilizer for all of this. And then you're also producing the quick lime for our thing. I'm just checking to make sure there's nothing here I'm forgetting that's like, oh yeah, let's be careful about that. So we've got the clay and we've got the glass. Those are two things that I'm not making elsewhere. That's the only thing I'm not producing elsewhere, and honestly, I am not worried about that right now. We're not really using it in any real quantity, so it can get shut down. So we've got all this stone coming in. So what I think the answer is, we start out by pull the plug on the stone. Okay, so with the stone disconnected from this end, what should happen here is gradually, as we watch this thing, the fertilizer's production will start winding down, and all that'll start winding down. All of those plants will start shutting down, and then at a certain point, it'll be time to pull the plug on the actual fuel going into it through all of this. Ooh, I have enough of a buffer there. Let's just go ahead and pull the wood input as well. Because no matter what I do, I'm going to have some surplus. Okay, so we got all that hooked up. You're all fine, you're all fine, you're all fine, you're all fine. Okay. So this whole part of the factory is shutting down and going to be slowly repurposed. I don't remember what you are. Oh, you're the yellow potions. Oh, we can do another one of these. Same thing it did earlier for when I have extra of these. I can just chuck those in and sooner or later they'll get shoved on the belt as things shuffle a bit around. Okay, yeah, so it's the mushrooms that are the hold up here. So I'll probably have to scale that up, which does worry me because those mushrooms are not cheap. That's gonna be a lot of input materials and all that. So what is the rate we get the mushrooms out of you? So you get 6 mushrooms a minute. Okay. So it's a total of 12.
Thank you Poiti for subscribing for 50 months. Hiya. Hope you and Tomb are doing well.
Thank you, Poiti, so much for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 50 months, 50 months you've been subbed to the channel, which is a ridiculously long time. One of the longest term supporters we've ever had in the channel and all that stuff, so thanks so much for that. And yeah, no, me and Tomb are doing pretty good. I am gradually losing track of time and realizing it won't be too much longer till I need to run downstairs and chuck dinner in the oven so it's ready for our dinner, but I'll worry about that in a minute. Okay, as much as I don't really want to go ahead and do this right now, I do think we're going to need to add on to this side of it. So we need to do the same thing we've been doing, which is on the output I need to have the filter splitter. And we set it for the mushrooms. It looks like I'll also have stuff to do with the mushrooms as well. Did you have a good holiday? We did. We had a really pleasant holiday, actually. Thank you. And we can go over here. And do that. So this is going to be a big problem because it's, one, going to tie up way more money, which is certainly not great. It's also another thing that can get backed up and whatnot. It's also going to mess with the balance on a bunch of things. But you know what? It's got to be done. Let's grab these 4 logs here. Chuck them there to get that online. Okay, that way you can pick up the pace on the advanced fertilizer. Because we can get that picked up, then this will all go smoothly over here. And that's all good. And we got our pulleys all happening. They're literally backing up now. Really backing up because it didn't hook it up together. They're literally backing up because it's not actually connected. I was about to be like, hey, look, they're backing up. That's really cool. Alright, so the next thing we need to get sorted out here is I have more plants I need to be growing. We need to be growing the red currant. And I think there's another new plant after that. So all of this is going away. And I'll leave just the red currant way over here for making these potions. That's going to need to get moved as well. And that's going to be a hard one to make happen with all this. Okay. And gradually, little by little, all of this is getting shut down, and I cannot wait. It's gonna take a while. But all that'll get shut down, that'll free up all that money to keep all this running smoothly. It's weird that the middle one... There. Trying to belt balance just a little bit. Keep them all running as best we can. Yeah, so they're starting to build a backlog on these. The increased mushroom should keep most of those running. I mean, ultimately these will fill up too. Alright, well the health potions are starting to properly stack up. The rope's stacking up. The linen cloth and all that's just getting sold. And that's partly because we're not getting enough fertilizer down the line, but that's just another thing. On the plus side, the powdered coke is doing perfectly fine. So it looks like we're doing pretty good here. We can scale all that up relatively easy. I did leave myself a decent amount of space. Alright, so what the heck next do we still need to make? Let's check our research, because I haven't peeked at that in a while. Did we get all our research? Yeah, so we got our research done. For now. So, let's see here. For the fancy goods, for the, oh, what's a relic do? Oh, relics are just worth some serious cash. Dear goodness. The cost of a relic. To make a Jupiter relic... That says obtainable XP 10. There's XP we can make from that. But dear goodness, just the amount of material it wants me to feed in to make that. But it says obtainable XP. Yeah, no, I'm guessing the obtainable XP would go towards getting me more skill points. And the good news is, looking at the materials it wants, it wouldn't really be that hard for me to just wire one in up here. So we'd have the shaper. That's... Oh, wow, you have a complicated setup. Okay. Yeah, so it's a very expensive thing to set up. Like, it's going to be an obnoxious amount of materials. But at the same time, I have everything conveniently, like, right there. I'm enjoying the game. It's been a lot of fun. Okay. Yeah, so that's small gears and planks. So the planks are easy. Boom, planks are done. So now it's small gears. Are you doing individual modules for your production or pulling from a central storage? Oh, individual modules. I don't put like one mass storage in the middle of my stuff in factory games. It usually ends up being just like too much of a hassle to get it all into the same place. Okay, so that'll make our small gears. Sorry, our big gears. Then that can make our small gears. And then instead of doing a big storage here, so we're basically doing... Oh, wait, you don't need that. You need just a grinder. Okay. So the curiosity here is we just basically have this whole thing set up, and that's going to take away a lot more of the planks from this thing. You're being complimented? Oh no. Yeah, for sure. So you build a new plank for each downstream. I need this plank then? Yeah, generally speaking. So like this one I'm branching it far because I have an overflow there. But broadly speaking, when we look over here, I've got planks being produced there. I've got planks being produced here. And I've got planks being produced over there. It's just relatively cheap to do that. The more advanced material is, the more likely I am to make it in one spot and transport where I need it. But, you know, that is what it is. Gotcha, so that's going to take a long time, but it says it gives me XP. It also says I can sell it for 30 silver a pop. I believe I actually have an open spot on the shelves as well. Now, granted, I'm not sure if that's one of those things that's worth me selling it there. We're pretty early in the game, so interested to see the strategy evolves to the products. Because I could see potentially connecting that to sell here. And then maybe it's a thing I start not selling some of the lower level stuff to feed those reaction kind of things. But we'll see. For right now, I'm just letting that thing cook at its slowest speed. Oh, I would still rather figure it out on my own. So leave all that going. That's just going to delete a bunch of materials. So you're all going fine here. You are fully backlogged there. That's all good. These are getting ready to fill up and all that. We need more mushy mush to keep the advanced fertilizer going. The advanced fertilizer is starting to gradually fill up these little by little. Why is my reputation so low? Is that even my reputation score? I don't know. I'm not particularly doing anything bad. It could be that they keep asking for all these quests and I'm not doing them. I actually don't know where you get reputation from. I'm just building the factory and all that kind of stuff and just ignoring everybody. But yeah, there's a lot of goods I'm just not keeping in stock. Okay, so let's see here. The next... Oh, jewelry shelf? We're displaying and selling jewelry. Alright, let's look at our goods. So, it wants us to get these going, so that's gloom spores and coke powder. Well, that's actually not that bad. Oh, never mind, I take that back. So you want me to get yeast powder, which I get from soap powder. And soap powder we get from making soap, which we get from linseed oil and plant ash. Okay. And linseed oil we get from the extractor and flax. Cool. That is gonna be a pain. Yeah, no, that's fine. I honestly don't care that much about the reputation aspect of it. Like, I'm feeding this stuff in and just setting up one production line after another. We'll get there when we get there. Because, like, right now I'm shutting down this whole area. It's just gonna take time. Because all of that is doing the same thing that all that's doing, but not as well. So I want to shut down this whole area, and then this whole area becomes freed up and everything. But we need to scale this up. And it's looking like I'm going to need to scale up our advanced fertilizer production more. Which shocks literally nobody. So I need to get more of the mushrooms through. And that means I gotta burn more logs. Which I did leave room over here where I can just run this along a little bit wider. And that'll give me room to just put another series right on down this line. My guess would be reputation impacts sales. That would be my guess. It's also a question of, I assume it's goods that would be the things we care about. And so right now when we look at it, we have the entire top row I'm selling, the linen cloth I'm selling, the bandages I've had problems keeping in stock, the pulleys I'm selling, the brick, the clay and the glass I'm not really selling. We don't really have those for sale. Yeah, so we're keeping most of this stocked up most of the time. Yeah, but the bandages are the one that's been the absolute nightmare. Linen cloth is a pain. You just need to get so much flax. We're already 5% done with our first one of these things. I'm curious, where it mentions XP, if this is a way for us effectively to get more skill points or whatever, that would be tremendous. Because so many of those skill points effectively allow you to just get production multipliers on your place. But that's my guess, because that's the only thing we've seen specifically mention XP. Now, it could be that we get, like, 10 of them, and we can get 10 points ever. We did see some things about relics around here somewhere we got previously. So we have Knowledge Altar, Automated Processing, a device that can withdraw knowledge automatically from relics and upgrade knowledge level with one conveyor belt input. What? Upgrade progress. Okay. Let's see how that works. We also have the dispatch portal, which is for contracts. We haven't gotten those, and we may not have gotten those because the reputation sucks. At least we finally are getting these, the potions and all that. So yeah, other than bandages, of the things I'm selling, the bandage and the vitality potions, the only ones we're having problems keeping in stock. Which that's part of why I was setting all this up, is to hopefully get that sort of, because the good news is I'm getting surplus linen now. Oh, you know what? Let's not do the priority thing here. Okay. That'll help at least get some bandages going. Because otherwise it's going to continue to go until this fully backs up. And man, that's not going to happen. Not unless we start getting some massive improvements and stuff. Yeah, so those are running solid. We're starting to get a surplus, so we're getting pretty close to the point I can afford to add another plant into the sequence. I do think it's going to be one of those ones I'm going to do another priority splitter, which means it'll probably almost never see the light of day. But that is what it is. Ooh, you're struggling to keep up here a little bit. Why are you struggling to keep up? Ah. So that box... It's fine. Yeah, so I'll hopefully start cleaning that box up. Yeah, I'll need to at some point figure out, like, doing some kind of, you know, belt balancing stuff, that kind of thing. You are running out of... the logs we need. So chuck that on to keep that running. And that's a big thing, is this area over here has been consuming the money for a while. Okay, so you finally got that emptied. You're still working on all that. Right, and I've got a box over here for chucking you in. Okay. So for the vitality stuff, it's not getting anywhere because of the current stuff. What are you for? So you pass all of this on for making the health potions. Alright. So let's start shutting down parts of this area. So shut you down. They're just not going to get enough to power that, so we'll pull all that up. Now let's continue to let all this run and process and slowly work its way through, because that's at least feeding that in. There's nothing here for you, nothing here for you. Get you out of the way. We'll leave the grinder there, even though it's not doing anything, because it's acting as a stack here. Nothing here for all of you. Grab that. Chuck you in the box. Grab all of you out. So basically cleaning up all these things that is what we moved over there. While I wait on our stuff to get done. Okay. Alright. And I know I could be using the bulk remove. I'm scared to use the bulk remove anywhere near this nonsense. Out of fear of just making a total wreck of everything. You know, accidentally pulling out one piece of conveyor belt underneath everything. Okay, so we ripped out where the old healing potion path was. And then with that gone, this is the old bandage path. Okay.
Thank you Klaus1289 for subscribing for 3 months. Been enjoying your streams recently, so I figured this was a good time to use this.
Well, thank you, Klaus. I do appreciate that. Been using the Twitch Prime sub. You only get one of those a month if you use it here, and so thanks so much for that. And also been subbed to the channel for the last 3 months, so I appreciate the continued support. So thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Alright, so you can pull this up. Okay, let's just leave that alone. Alright, so yes, thank you again for that. We can pop over here. We're cleaning up all that mess, so there's a stack of you. There's a couple of you. We can drop the healing potions in over here. Yeah, so as you can tell, we're kind of just slowly yanking out the parts that we're not using anymore. This is all technically in use right now. It's redundant, but I don't think we yank... Well, actually, if I yank all that, that's going to prioritize a lot more stuff going over here. You do still need... Okay. So we could shut down almost all of the flax production over here. What would be shut down? So we'd shut down the rope and all that on this side, the pulleys on this side, the linen on this side. All that would get shut down over here. It'd shut down all of this. I think I leave it alone. I think we leave it alone. We just keep letting this burn through its materials. It's not hurting anything existing. I could see potentially rerouting more of this over here. And the reason for doing that is to get more of the vitality stuff being made. Because we'll need to scale that up a lot more. Okay, yeah, so we're getting way more of the mushrooms here. That's pretty much what we need, is we need to be bringing in more cash. And part of that's probably going to be making higher end goods as well. Because right now we're making some pretty scuff stuff. I should be making the clay and glass way over there. Which both clay and glass, I believe, require sand, and then clay also requires the charcoal. So far, that's all fine. Grab, like, 4 stacks of this. There. Balance it a little myself. Okay, so you're doing all fine over here. You're 15% done with making that. So it is just kind of burnt. Obviously, I could scale this up way more. I probably should. Yeah, I probably should, because it's the small gears that's the bottleneck, right? Okay, and you are starting to get a surplus on those gears. So we're just going to do a sloppy, quick one. Where I'll just tell you, you're also making little gears. There we go. Yeah, so that should have them producing gears. We can always expand that. I don't know how much we care about this. I probably should be putting more effort into it, but it's kind of an experiment. I want to see what the XP does. So you're good here, you're good there. We're literally at the point of starting to backlog some of the coke. So that's good. We've got all this going over here. Okay, so let's revisit to... We would need the linseed oil to combine with the plant... Oh, that's not coke. It's with the plant ash to make soap. And then soap is a good I can sell. Ugh. Actually... Oh, no, I don't have turquoise. Alright. Okay. So you are sand and healing potions. Man, that's just going to be even more throughput I don't have. We also have steel production. And steel production is coke, powder, and iron ingots to make steel and steel gears. Yeah, scaling a lot of this up as a whole thing. Part of me wonders if it is one of those things that I'm going to ultimately need to set up different location where, like, this location is going to be producing my steel and making my steel gears and just shipping that over or not. I really want to see this. It's taking its time, obviously. Yeah, so it's probably, like, a bit more. Okay. Yeah, the cost we have so far is all this stuff going in here to run this is hurting us quite a bit. Oh, good. So all these are now backing up. All right, cool. So that's kind of what I've been waiting on for considerations here. So I would like to get some of the things like the red currant and all that. Let's start with the linseed oil. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here, and it's not going to happen anytime soon, is I'm going to put another priority splitter, where then we split it off and we go over here, and I'll make the linseed oil down here. And then we can start hooking all the other junk up for it. And then the idea is that does mean a lot of stuff just simply won't be produced until, you know, until I hit the necessary thresholds, as it were. But, you know, I'd rather go that way, where, like, the things I need ramp up and ramp down as I can spare material. Okay, so we can go here. Actually, we'll do it this way. Alright, so we'll go way down over here. And you are going to get to be flax. I'll put you here. Oh, and it sounds like two may have just gone home. So bear with me, chat. Because I'm going to go welcome my wife home real fast and throw some dinner in the oven, that kind of thing. And I'll be back here in just a minute. And then we'll get back to some more Alchemy Factory as this gets more and more cursed. Okay. And for right now, just gonna drop a box here, and it can buffer for a minute. Okay, so with that said, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm going to step away from the computer for just a couple minutes, welcome my wife home, do all that kind of stuff. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Get back here. Get back here. Oh, I'm probably gaining renown for selling stuff in the, She hit my car. Sir, you need a handrail or... See, this is why you need a handrail. I was just about to cover that. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Perhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some... And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Hey Geyser, how's it going? I want a science because we haven't done this, so. Hey Geyser, wee. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. There we go. Cool. Sure. That was definitely calculated and not just very happy coincidence of physics. That it was wedged under that tractor thing. It just happened to have exactly enough tension to pop right into the back of my vehicle. Taking food is either rare or doesn't happen, or they give you crap for it. Which makes sense. Again, loading up a whole bunch of carrots and then chucking it in your cart, trying to drive it across the wilderness for miles and miles to then try and trade it. You're just going to have moldy carrots on the other side, nothing to show for it. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. This group, we're going to bail. I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. I don't know. I think it is. Don't tempt me with this. Okay, it's not. I thought I was gonna have the graviton spheres. I'm like, don't tempt me with the things where you grab them and all hell breaks loose. I am not prepared for that. I am not prepared for the consequences of my own greed. Mm-hmm. I feel great about this. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is... okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... the worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them. Alright, and I am back. Right, so what is this game? How do I play it? Okay, so... I am witnessing here that the lime appears to... or not lime, this stuff appears to be slowly falling behind. But it's probably fine considering there's several thousand fertilizer in there. And thank you for the welcome backs. Ooh, it did while we were away. It did back up enough that we are actually getting the flax produced. Okay, so back to what we were doing is I wanted to make this, which depended on this, which depended on this, which depended on this, which depended on this. Did you say something helpful, not the spoiler? Well, probably make you go, oh crap. Sure. So I got the plant ash. And then we had the linseed oil. And the linseed oil we get from the extractor for the flax. Okay. So let's get the extractor. In order to build up, you need to have floors placed. Yeah. It is one of those things that it mentions building the floors, but I haven't really had the option of doing that. And I assume it's because I need to upgrade things. And I haven't, you know, I haven't upgraded things. Alright, so now we've got this. So I'm assuming that's just storage. Okay. So we can start getting the linseed oil. Yeah, so I just need raw clay to do that. Have we gotten to the point of filling this thing up with bricks? These have been just going not even close. Like, that's the things I actually need to fix up, is our clay production is abysmal. Yep, so we're slowly making the linseed oil. We're also gonna go over here. What I'm gonna do now is go over to this area. And I'm gonna yoink you. That's fine. We're starting to expand our stuff. Drop the fertilizer in there. Okay. I can go over here. Drop you in. We'll put the little bit of crap fertilizer in there just not to deal with it right now. And then we can go down here. And we'll get ourselves another extractor. And for the moment, hook these up. Okay. I feel like the alchemist shop does a lot of heavy lifting and people just not questioning it. Yes. Yes, it does. Alright, so I think what we're doing here is this. Okay, that should help improve that a little bit. And how are you doing over here? You starting to wear stuff down? Yeah, they're slowly starting to wear this down. Because we, like I said, we disconnected all of the inputs on this one so far as the materials being bought, so this will slowly shut down. And we're currently actively moving all of this over there, which is a whole big thing. Yeah, and you're not getting enough materials for all this. All right. So we're gonna move the vitality potions over. The vitality potions were the quick. So it's the fruit wine, which I got right there, and the quick lime powder. So quick lime powder is what I'm producing right over here. So this is my spare line of quick lime powder that I set aside just for this purpose. So you can go over here. Not the right thing. We can go to you. So we'll bring it over here a bit. Okay. I realize I have that turned the wrong way. Then grab the pipe here. There we go. So now I've got that. Alright. That'll make our potions of vitality. Cool. So we're now producing potions of vitality, and that's, again, a spare output from just this one track there. So that should be a whole thing. We expanded a bunch of this other stuff over here, so we're now getting that all backfilled. It does look like I need more production going into this whole system here, which I didn't really give myself a good setup for resolving that. I figured that was going to be plenty. Let's see. You wish you get little mice to help you or something just because the size of everything is so small. There's apparently a thing where you can shrink yourself, I saw. Yeah, so that's not going to go at any meaningful speed. But that's okay. Actually, looks like you can put more on this. And those are coming along. Alright, so we've got that. So the next thing to do here is, this is an end commodity, so we want to sell that. So again, I'm going to feed it into probably the rest of all of this crap. So I've got a spot that I can bring things over right here that's already mostly wired up. Yeah, so it's way over there, so it's just going to have to cut across this whole place. Well. Yeah, because it's over here. And I need it over there. There's a nice little gap here. That'd be easy to run stuff through. Okay. Okay, that's the vitality potions coming around. And then they pop up here. Oh, I didn't think that part through. So the problem where it's saying it didn't think that through is the belt is here on that tile, and that means I need this lift to be here. I can make this work. It'll be a little cursed, but I can make this work. Because what we could do then is grab you, move you 2 tiles like that, to a lift, and then a lift. There's already a belt that goes the whole way around here. So I need to set your target. So we can go here. Alright, my vitality potions are where? That one, I think? Yeah, so that second one there is my vitality potions. My best bet is to bring it over this way and cut across. Or to say the hell with it, drop it down here and bring it up. I think we're saying the hell with it, we drop it down, we bring it back up. Okay, so now all I have to do is get this up and over there. And that should be as easy as taking one of the stilt things, make it tall, grab the lift here, okay, just need some more planks. All right. Okay. And just like that, we've got our vitality potions being produced elsewhere and shipped over. We're seeing actual bandages on the shelves. Literally all the goods that we are producing are now getting shelved again. It's about time. That's because we've gone over here and we've expanded. Okay, so what can I do to improve this side? Looks like you're still running short on the mushroom department, unfortunately. And you do have multiple logs on each one of those, and you're not backed up. So realistically, if I want to keep making more of that, I'm gonna have to bring in even more mushroom logs. I'm starting to get really concerned that I'm burning lots of money on that. Okay, and those are full. That's fine, they'll shut down. So you're 60-something% done. So it'll be cool to see what happens when that finishes. Let's see what we do here. Yeah, so you're making the flasks, that's fine. Okay. So we need to go way back. So soap. So that's the linseed oil and plant ash. So this is the linseed oil here. The plant ash I have being made right here. And you can see here that it is kind of backlogging. So that's okay by me. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna plug this route in there. And we're gonna yoink that here. And the reason I'm doing this is I am going to make a conveyor here that has a prioritization, so that way we can route some of that over here. So let's go and yoink these two and build a priority splitter. So now with this, it'll prioritize continuing to feed all this stuff, and then the surplus we can bring around here. And we'll want to bring that up over here. So for the thing we're looking for here, I'm looking at probably wanting you. So let's grab the pipe. So you're gonna make soap. Ooh, that's interesting. So, I mean, that's fine. So you got the soap there. And we'll do another one of these things where we go boom, and boom, and chest. Alright, so now we need to work this around the other side. So I think what I'm gonna do for that is I'll just put it over top of these storage boxes. And I need to get it over here. Knows it's a waste of nails, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay, so with that, we should be producing soap. Soap is another commodity good that we're going to need to actually use. And so we're now at the stage where taking anything in through this window is going to be a god-awful nightmare. We can definitely put another catapult spot up there. But if I want to make that work, I'm going to have to do the same thing I did down here where I have one set of these and then the other set of those. But there's like no room to get in that windowsill. Yeah, I don't know how I'd make that work. I guess it'd have to come into another windowsill, maybe. We can also just punch through the wall up here somewhere. All right, well, we're making the soap now. That's the important part. We have soap here. The next thing would be the soap powder. So grind the soap into soap powder, and then we'd use the soap powder with the fruit wine to make the yeast powder, and then the yeast powder with the gloom fungus to make the gloom spores, and then the gloom spores with the coke to make the transformation potion, which is what I need to do the next step. What technology do I unlock in the next step before I get myself into bad times? So we have growth potion, we have black powder, which is another whole league higher, more fuel, pocket watch, unstable crystals, more assemblers and all that. We have Mars thing, stackable crucibles, an automated heater that transfers heat to the device above it. Okay. Reinforced platforms, copper ingots, copper coins. Oh, okay, so I could take copper ingots and make those into coins. Okay, so that's literally I turn my money into copper bars and vice versa. Bronze bolts, a cauldron, copper bearings, malsite. Just mint your own money. Right, but it's the whole like back and forth. We have Saturn. We can make salt, which has a whole bunch going on to it. I'm reading game. Don't interrupt me. So unfortunately, we are spending more money than we're making, and it's primarily those logs. So we are losing money right now. Blast furnace, powder coal, refinery. So we have a bunch of stuff down there. I think what I need to do is I think we need to focus on getting more production stuff on the shelves to improve our reputation, to improve our sales. Because we are actually getting hurt by that now. So the next thing would be, let's get the soap on the shelves. I guess realistically I am going to have to go through this window. Or what we can do is stop putting this stuff off. Let's get the clay so we can get our better gloves and all that. And start trying to work on that, because I bet you I can just rip down the wall and all of this becomes a non-issue. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And how are we doing on shutting this down? Getting close to the point where the stone's gonna start shutting down. What's going on? 9. Well, it's the stuff like the gloves and the hammers. The hammer was the one I actually meant. The hammer lets me change the actual structure of my building. So I could start, you know, tearing down walls and ceilings and rearranging it and all that kind of stuff to be less of a thing. I'm honestly curious if they'll buy stuff from shelves anywhere on my property. And I could just make them walk all over my property to deal with it. Because that could be an interesting consideration. Alright. Okay, so we have stone wall, wooden floors, all that. So it's trying to figure out. There we go. Let's be careful deleting windowsills we're actually using. Yeah, there we go. It's the extreme... It's the extreme open floor plan. Oh no. Why did I just get a lot more materials than I anticipated? What broke? What was attached to the wall? Oh no. Is there a Control Z? I'm pretty sure there's not. That's Control Z right there. Remodel time? Well, I'm not bothering to open this place up. So with this gives me some curiosity. Now I got all these annoying walls out of the way. We can make this a lot less cursed. So you know what? I'm not touching that wall. That wall's staying away. Alright, so we're gonna have a rough time here. How's my inventory? My inventory's bad is what my inventory is. Let's go back over here. Where's our linen storage? Your linen. So drop all you in there. You are my bandages here. You're my rope there. Okay. You're my brick here. Alright. So what I'm gonna do is, we've already broken everything. Let's just... go ahead and lean in on that. Okay. So I got all that. It's all stockpiled. It's gonna be a whole big pain. Right. So the issue we've got here, so we've been hucking everything over there using these shelves, and I think that's totally fine. But the reality here is now, I can't put the stuff on my desk. This is where all the shopping happens. So I gotta bring stuff over. And one nice thing I have here now is all of these are nice and elegantly placed flat on the floor right here. So we got our 6 items that we're selling right there. Without the wall in the way, I can even go ahead and take a step this farther. And just run it into the building. Now the question I have is, if I put conveyor belts or stuff on the floor, will the people walk over it and will it be okay? Because if so, maybe I can just go there. So like, come on in. Alright, I am now holding you prisoner. Can you cross conveyor belts? It appears to be that they don't care about conveyor belts. Perfect. Don't do that. So what that means is I can make a mess. So all these are going away, because I've disconnected them by accident. Alright. So, let's figure out what the heck was wired where. So, green flasks are on the far left. Can I just punch through the front of the desk? That'd be amazing. That'd be too cool if I could just do that. Can I move that desk a lot? I think we just straight up move the desk, right? Checkout counter. Okay, so rearranging some stuff real quick. Okay. Alright, so we moved that, and that makes my life way easier. Okay, so the outside lane here is my healing potions, I believe. So I can go right on over here, scooch right on that side. Get out of my way, lady. Okay, so that's the healing flasks. The next contestant appears to be... the fabric. What's the third lane there? Third lane appears to be the rope. All right. Fourth lane. Fourth lane is bandages. All right. And then with that, we got these two up here. Feels like there has to be an easier way. I mean, this is fine. They don't seem to care, so I'm willing to just take their top. I'm curious if, like, I build it up too high, if they won't go around it. Like, that's kind of my concern here. Okay, so let's go here. Because I'm going to have to be careful about how much. I'm willing to bet there's a limit here of some kind that they'll stop walking over the stuff and it'll be an issue. I haven't found it yet. And I know I'm crisscrossing these over each other because I don't feel like rewiring the whole thing. Rewiring the whole thing is probably the correct decision. Last one can just go to the ground, right? Yeah, but I'm not going to. I looked at it too. Okay, and what were you over here going all the way over? You're the pulleys. Because why go part spaghetti when you can go full spaghetti? Well. Oh, they just vanish. There's no consequence. Oh, wait, actually, is my reputation going down because they're getting stuck? Hang on. Is my reputation going down because they're getting stuck? I don't actually know. Because the game doesn't seem to really communicate much in that regards to me. Oh, wait, what? Oh, right. There we go. Okay, so it's all rewired. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because they're getting stuck on the way out. I wonder if I can nudge them onto the correct path by doing that. So that they bump on this, they slide over. It's a shame we can't just, like, move the door someplace else. It's also possible that I might be able to just, like, move the register over. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if my reputation is impacted by if they disappear or not. Is there somewhere I could see this? I thought there was, like, a management screen of some kind. You don't think repping matters? It apparently affects the number of people who come in buying goods, which is where I'm kind of running into a little bit of a problem here. We're actually losing money right now each day because the cost of stuff going in versus coming out is getting to be too rough. Now, of course, we can go over here and start adding more shelves to the store. That's actually probably what I should do with all these goods, instead of ferrying it across. Yeah. Okay. So let's disconnect this row right here. And we're just going to let it run for a minute. Thanks, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Love you.
I love you too. Because what I could do is I can just forget that nonsense over there. I can just put a shelf over here for them to grab from. It's something I should have done a while ago. Actually, take it 2 tiles farther back. And let's see here. Oh, some of those are potions. That's fine. We can make that work. So basically, part of my store is gonna start getting shut down. Yeah, we're losing a couple thousand a day. It is an escalating problem. And it doesn't help me that, like, every one of these orders coming in is materials I can't make and I have not been good about, which we're fixing. But, you know, we're in progress of fixing. So, vitality potions. I do not think I have a bunch of those on my... Yeah, I need more vitality potions to do anything with that. Could you get out of the way so I can actually do my job? Okay. Alright, so leave that alone for a moment, because they can get back out. You sir, stop standing on my assembly line. Pretty much. What's gonna end up happening here is that's just gonna sit the way it is. Until they buy enough to give me room to build the shelf. And then we could put a set of shelves here and here and just have them catapult the stuff onto the shelves. The catch is the two on the outside extremes are for potions, and the two on the, or the four on the insides are for commodities. So I'll put a commodity shelf here, and I'll put a potion shelf over there, and we'll see how we can make it work. The good news, produce a Jupiter. Okay, let's go, obtainable XP 2. So what happens here? I'm curious if the upgrade process, when it finishes, what happens. You got a new skill point. Heck yeah. That's what I was hoping for. Alright. So, I'm not worried about the throwing efficiency. We could do the alchemy efficiency, which increases the output of all those things. We could increase the fertilizer nutrition value, which makes the fertilizer work better. Honestly, all of these are good. I do think we're going to try and make the fertilizer last longer. So yeah, so I want this crap just running. And so yeah, this thing takes forever to be made. But it means I slowly gain levels. It is also fine because it means these will back up and build up these lines. Yeah, no, that's definitely one. Let's go ahead and detach that one. But yeah, we can go ahead and sell our next relics. You're not wrong that I'm depleting money. How's this going? Are you getting ready to shut down more of this? Because that's what you're waiting on. Alright, would you look at that? Time to shut down a little bit more of this area. Little by little, the whole place is starting to come offline over here. Love to see it. You basically just have the last few stones over here. We already got most of the stuff moved off of this production line as well. Okay. And with this, that whole line is shut down. It looks like our logs are starting to finally deplete as well. And then, like, this whole area is going to shut down after that. We've been preparing for that for a while. Okay, we're starting to sell some bandages. So let's look to see the vitality potions. Because this, we're starting to get enough of these that I might actually be able to turn around and get a contract done. Not a contract, a quest. Because contracts are their own thing. It's got the healing potions, it got all this. But yeah, and I see what you're saying, because those things are worth 50 silver or whatever if I make them. Yeah, so reputation went up to 1. We're almost to the point I could fit a shelf right here. Actually. Okay, so let's see. If I put a display shelf, like, right over here. Yeah, it's centered on this nonsense. So I put a display shelf, like, here. And then one of the big shelves over there. Can you hit that target? Invalid angle. It's too far to the side there. Which, that's kind of my worry right now. Is I am worried because I have the potions on the outsides. There we go. Alright, so we've got those getting all collected. I'll just wait to see the other ones back up, whatever they are. Okay. Meanwhile, I can go over here to the linen box, drop off all the linen. Next, I collected. We can go over to the pulley box, which is you. Drop you off. We can go over to the healing potion box, which you're the healing potions one? Yeah, your healing potions here. I'm pretty sure. We can drop you off. Alright. So yeah, so I'll just keep working on that, clearing up those lines. I got stuff being stocked over here. But yeah, so I ran into the problem where these two lanes, I can't quite get the angle I need on those. If we get steel, then I can start using the steel to get those gaps sorted out, and that'll help out with all that stuff. Vitality potions, I need to be keeping an eye on it. We get 3 more vitality potions I can catch while they're being... that's too too slow. Okay, 1 more vitality potion. We turn that in. You just got advanced fertilizer. Time to redo your flax sage area again. Yup. Yuppity yup yup. Give me my payout. Love to see it. Let's see, it's totally not here to hide from the AI in the CES keynotes. Oh man. Yeah, I don't want to look at that. Nope. Nope, do not want. For all of tech, it's like, please. Please buy our AI. We need this. So you're over there. What I'm trying to do is I want to get... You know what I bet you I can do here? I bet you if we bring this way back here and then set it. Yep, it can make it. Alright, so there's another one sorted out. And that'll be... What? What? Okay. So what track are you that you're getting literally nothing? What are you? Ah, you're the rope, and the rope is just being all gobbled up by the pulleys. That's, you know what, I actually can live with that. Because I've got rope is still over here for right now. We'll just let it keep doing its thing. And you know, you've got it going through here. So we'll just let all that run. So I got that show all figured out. That's fine. We're just a little guy. Please buy our super awesome AI. Pretty much. It does get to be a little over the top where you're just like, dude, I know you've been putting so much money into this, but please, I'm begging you to calm down. People are just generally unhappy with it. Just maybe stop putting so much money into it. Maybe hedge your bets a little. That maybe all of your money going into this one thing that people are not seeing super psyched about. Maybe that's something you should listen to your consumers and go, hey, let's not try and force this. Let's, like, reevaluate where our spending's going. Can't. Investor says line must go up. We're in too deep. Microsoft realized nobody wants AI and cut their sales targets. On top of the software companies realize AI is detrimental over the current state, is way too unreliable. Yep. Yep, no, that was, it's funny because, like, the Microsoft thing, it's very much not all the communications getting to the same people. I laughed so hard when there was, like, an article where Satya Nadella was like, please stop calling it AI slop. And it's like, you know, maybe reevaluate how the quality is of it. Alright, and we're now delivering soap to the show. Yeah, Gen AI is slop. Yeah, I was like, it's slop. You put everything into a vat, you give it a good stir, and something not as good as what you ultimately put in the first place comes out. What is that? That's slop. That's gruel. That's what it is. If you don't like it, maybe do something better. It's okay. Maybe we should apologize for hurting little old Microsoft's feelings. I mean, I don't think we should actually do that, but you know. It is a whole thing. It really doesn't help Generator has made such a way to reinforce confirmation bias. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like that was like my favorite one was oh, was it Grok? It was one of those things that it was like Musk or someone came out being like, no, you know, AI like can create new things, and so I was like, here, let's ask Grok. It's like, no, by the very nature of AI, it cannot create net new things, that all things must be derivative as it is being derived from pre-existing things, and that it effectively is a reductionary and regressive form of art in the sense that it will narrow the varieties of art, not expand upon them, especially as it consumes its own material. And it was just like, oh, got corrected by your bot. Oh, darn. Don't you hate it when those bots get mouthy? Alright, so we've got the soap. So the next step would be to turn the soap into soap powder that I could then combine with wine fruit to make yeast. Well, let's go based on commodity goods. Let's not worry about going for the next objective. Let's just go down our list. We are making gears. We're making all the top row. We're good. The second row, I'm not actually selling the clay brick or glass. So let's get the clay brick and glass sorted. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole problem with a lot of a lot of the AI stuff anyways. It's kind of, they who shout the loudest tends to get the thing. That's the reason why there's so much comments about confirmation bias and all that when considering AI, is just the nature of how they grab their material. They very much, you know, whatever they tend to get the most of, they're going to have a tendency to believe that, regardless of the truth and all that with it. And sometimes they can get corrected, but there is a lot of kind of confirmation bias kind of stuff going on in it, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't like Twitter, and I generally don't use it very much. Unfortunately, as a content creator, sometimes when you get sponsorships, they're like, we would like you to put 2 posts on X, one before and one after our sponsored stream. And luckily, most of them, you're like, hey, I'm actually far more active on Blue Sky. I would actually suggest you have me post on Blue Sky. You're gonna get more than your money's worth. And most of them, once you say, like, oh yeah, that's cool. You don't need to worry, like, yeah, we will accept Blue Sky as an alternative. And I appreciate that, but every once in a while they're like, no, Twitter. It's like, alright, so you just haven't updated any of your documentation in the last, like, forever. Okay, both, and that's fine. I mean, they're both social network. I would definitely say, like, of the two of them, like, Twitter's the far worse one in regards to just the bots are, like, way beyond over the top. You know, and just people with, like, the most extreme views popping in and, like, just feeling a need to butt into everything. You'll be like, this is a cute picture of a dog! And then they'll make some, like, super duper heated, like, racist response. You're like, dude, what? What does that have to do with anything? Why? So it's like very, very much a different experience between the platforms. They do both have like the doom scroll issue and all that kind of thing. And just a bunch of, you know, unneeded memes and yada yada. Twitter kept a lot of bots. Blue Sky will get there. Well, the difference between the two is Blue Sky actually, you know, does some level of moderation. And, you know, people might disagree with how it gets moderated and all that, but they actually do attempt to meaningfully moderate. Versus Twitter these days, like, did you say something that upset Musk? No? Yeah, that's fine. As long as you don't upset Musk, it's fine. Okay, so we got all that going. That's all right. The mushrooms are still getting around. How's the advanced fertilizer doing? Yeah, so we're still doing fine. It's passing a little bit over here to keep these running, so that's good news. Alright, so we have a lot of soap. Right, that's right. We were going to take the sand and do glass. Sand is crushed stone, well, ground up stone, and then the charcoal powder, I believe. You can only moderate so much. If Twitter goes down, almost all traffic will move over to the contaminated blue sky. Right, but what happens is you start banning them, and they just go and they find a different platform. I'm very, very, very much team moderation can work, you just moderate. Like, take, for example, the situation on Twitch. Twitch used to have a lot worse problems when it came to moderation, and then basically under pressure, they actually really step things up. And it's not that we don't have problems, we do. But, like, the frequency of stuff like hate raids has all but disappeared. There's, like, they don't never happen, but they're very, very infrequent compared to what they used to be. And it's a kind of thing. If people can't get the engagement they want, they move on to it. You can also take into the account of, like, the different first-person shooters out there. There's ones that actually do moderate and say, hey, we're gonna ban you for racist terms and yada yada. And then it does end up bringing a thing that brings way down the amount of problems that happen on that platform. And people move on, you know, the people who are really problematic move on to other places. But see, effectively banning people online is almost impossible unless you pay gate account creation or something like that. Yeah, no, there's certainly an aspect to that. But like what Twitch has done to mitigate a lot of stuff is nowadays almost every creator turns on either your account has to be over a certain age, you have to be following a channel for a certain length of time, or you have to have like verified your phone number and email. You know, phone number or email kind of things. And each one of those tick boxes makes it harder and harder for someone to just spin up a new account and start trolling again. Because you pop into a channel and goes, you haven't verified your phone and your account isn't 30 days old. You're not allowed to chat here. Moderation costs money, though. You don't see Blue Sky fighting it that hard. No, there's a catch-22. If you do nothing for moderation, that costs you money because you end up in the situation like Twitter has, where all your advertisers start leaving, a lot of your valid users start leaving, so you can't do no moderation. There is an argument about how much is the appropriate amount of moderation, but no moderation ultimately costs you money just as much as too aggressive moderation. There's a balance you have to do between there. Let's see, Threads is a nice feature called Hide. You can hide comments, so only the trolls can see their own comments, but no one else. It's glorious. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, botting's a whole big thing, and I don't envy people having to tackle the bots, because it is effectively an arms race. Just like dealing with cheaters in games. It is an arms race. You come up with a new way of preventing people from cheating, and they come up with a new way to cheat, and you just kind of go back and forth that it's whack-a-mole. But yeah, no, I'm definitely not in team don't moderate. It's not worth the effort. It's just gonna cost you too much. I am solidly in the camp of no, you moderate. Like, not moderating is incredibly expensive. There's been a number of games that had like really strong online communities that people finally got fed up with the toxicity in the community and just went on to other things. Yeah, no, I do like the idea when you catch people cheating, you just silently toss them in with other cheaters, because that means it's harder for them to know when they got caught. It also makes it harder for them to, like, figure out what it was that changed that got them caught. So it makes it far harder for cheaters to keep cheating. Alright, so we've got the red wine over here. And we're not producing enough of that, but that's a fertilizer problem. So we need to increase the fertilizer production. And that's looking like it's boiling down to the mushrooms still. Now, all of those do have logs on them. Alright. So I need to adjust this a little bit. So you're going to go over here and to there. We're going to disconnect you. I'm going to bring you around there. And And the reason I'm doing it this way is so that... Oh, you're going to be this way, aren't you? It's fine. Is that way, what'll happen is it'll get to this middle point, and it'll go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, what I'll do is if I had it go like this and then over, it'd be like half goes to that one, a quarter goes to this one, and a quarter goes to this one. We need to do the filter splitters. Not the log itself, I need the mushrooms. Okay. So... I don't want to do it this way, because this one won't quite line up because of where I've got stuff. Let's go ahead and go... I don't need platform. Then how I should do it, but it's how I'm gonna do it. Alright. Oh, I need ingots. Oh, I just realized I don't have my mod chat set up on my phone. Because these days I need to do that because of all the different crap going on my screen. I can't see what I need to see for it. Let's go here. And open mod view. That way when auto mod jumps on stuff, I can do that. Okay. Wait, when those big boxes on the front of the cars act as giant buffers? Oh yeah, no, so those aren't containers. On the front of the saws over here. I'm so turned around. Over here. Yeah, so these ones aren't containers that store stuff. These are filters. So they just go, if you're material A, you go up. If you're material B, you go down. Let's see. For the input? Oh, right. This is a mistake. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, right. I was using those as splitters, which isn't what they should be used for. Yeah, because originally I had just the one. I made this mistake earlier where I put a bunch of that stuff there. You know, I made that mistake earlier about having so many of these have, like, these buffer chests, because I'm just used to playing games like Factorio where it's like, I'm setting this up. Buffer chest. I'm setting this up. Buffer chest. For right now, stop it. Okay, so what we can do in the meantime, so I'll grab you over here, chuck those logs in there, chuck you in here, chuck you in there. Alright. Now I can pick that up and plug it back in. Okay, that's still going to be a lot of logs buffering on there. Like, a lot of logs buffering on there. But, oh, right, I was going over here for the ingots. That's what we were doing in the first place, and then I got distracted. Yeah, no, the money mechanic means there's just a bunch of resources tied up. as you buffer those. And I need to get out of that habit. Like this over here is the same thing. So what we can probably do here... I'm gonna leave it alone. It's fine. It's already... It's not as much money for the regular lumber, and it's already there, so... I'm just going to pretend it's fine, and therefore it's fine. That's how it works. If I pretend nothing is wrong, then certainly nothing is wrong. Okay. That should increase the amount of mushrooms we're getting through. It took you to scale Mars production floor of 1.5 times real hour to pack up on the input money. Yeah. Alright, so we got the ash. It's getting over here. So that should help a bunch of stuff. We can also get this sorted out. So you are hopefully going to start getting enough mushrooms to get that sorted out. We are feeding this over here. I'm getting a little worried about this whole thing starting to shut down and gridlock. So what's probably going to need to happen here is I'm going to need to expand a bunch of our production here. We're probably going to need more of the charcoal powder anyways. So let's plan for the charcoal powder to get put to use. So I need to increase our consumption of timber. Okay. Okay, and we'll put the grinders here. Alright, so we're going to start picking up that charcoal powder. That's probably going to be for clay, because we said we wanted to get the clay production and all that set up. Right, and clay was sand and charcoal powder, I believe. So sand... Go materials. There's charcoal powder. Yeah, so you combine the charcoal powder with sand to make clay. I like how you don't have to spend all the time you would in a normal factory game walking around. Yeah, no, it's definitely cool how much just the change in perspective alters the gameplay. So we need sand. Now sand comes from stone. Now we grind up stone. Now I've got 3 paths here. So I think we're gonna go ahead and do is those are all backed up and slowly filling. I mean, they're not filling up that fast. Let's just assume I'm going to need a lot of sand. We've already got this set up over here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you're going to give me 20 per minute. And how much does the grinder do? 5 per minute. Okay, so it's a 4-to-1 ratio.
Thank you Shiki_no_Yuta1 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you Shiki for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. Alright, so now I can go over here. Cool. We could take some of the stone. I mean, that's fine. Alright, so we're making our sand over here. And then we've got our charcoal that's extra over there. And so we're going to need to combine that into clay. I believe we do that in this thing. Yes. Alright. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky setup because... That's fine. It's going to be a little bit of a tricky setup. Let's see here. I can... Oh, that's transformation potion. Never mind, I can't do that. Alright, so what I could do is I could probably take the charcoal back around here and produce the clay over here and then reintroduce it around here somewhere for making the clay brick. Yeah, because we could probably do the clay brick around here somewhere. We'll put the clay brick here. I need clay for that, that's fine. We're going to be making clay in a moment. Alright, so basically I got the charcoal powder here that we're just kind of buffering. We're going to want to get the sand that I'm producing way over here. And just getting it over here in general should be easy, because I can go right on under there. And that's the sand coming around. It'll set up like that for right now. I'm sure we're going to want to do stuff with that later. Okay. So what we can do here... Let's pick these up for a moment. Make an up and a down ramp. Alright. It'd be a little out of the way, but we can put it over here. Okay, and we can add... that. Okay, and you are making clay. And you are making clay. Then you go on the other side of this. I need small gears. Let's run all the way over there to get some small gears. Alright, little by little we're bringing everything in here, getting it all supplied, all produced. Still not getting enough of the mushrooms. But that means we need to be gobbling up more of those planks is the issue. I'm kind of hoping as we expand this, we consume more and more charcoal, more and more yes. We can get that sorted. Okay, so we got the clay. So now I want to bring the clay over there. We also want to bring... you over here. Alright. And then we need the kiln to go on top. Takes the clay itself. I'm assuming there's not a good angle for me to just slap this down. Be lazy, right? No. I didn't figure as much. That's okay. So we can go over here. Actually, let's not turn it that way. That if I have to expand, I'm better positioned. Okay, so now I just need to get that over there. So we've got our clay here, and I need to get it down there. Okay, and that connects the clay. Alright, so with that we are producing the clay bars, bricks, whatever. So we want to get the clay bricks in here. So you have stuff pointing there, these two do not. So we want to get it where I can get a catapult that goes up to there. So let's plan to pop 2 stilts here with the catapult right there. There goes that. Do you set the kiln to bricks? I did not. Thank you for the reminder. Alright, so we need to get that all the way over here. And honestly, I'm just gonna go, woo! Nope, not like that. Nope, come on, stop, stop. It's fine, we'll try again. Right here. Okay, and you're way over there. That's not efficient, it's not convenient, and it's perfect. Okay. Because I'm also envisioning a lot of the stuff is going to have to just be readjusted and all that. More than likely we'll end up hitting situations where I need to just expand. And when we do, we'll do that. All of this is creating more of a thing. Is this game multiplayer? Yes. The game is multiplayer. Alright, and that's brick coming on through. Wooden pulleys aren't getting through because they're being consumed en masse making that thing. Which is just going to require more and more flax. That's fine, it's whatever. Because while that's going on, I still am getting the pulleys over here. As they've been kind of letting this slowly shut down. As it just runs more and more out of materials. Because this is the area where we're shutting down. Would you recommend building up... By the way, would you also recommend building up to save cost on land? You could. Like right now I've been doing a flat in the ground, but that's one of the things you can kind of do is you could just sit there and keep building up like vertically more and more. As a means to save on materials. Alright, slowly we're clearing that out. And we got a full stack of clay bricks there. Love to see it. Okay, so with clay bricks knocked, let's try and get glass going. So glass shouldn't be that much of a difficulty. We're going to need more sand, and unfortunately, judging by this, that's just not enough. production, so I'll have to expand that. And so for glass, I just need the sand itself. I don't need to do anything fancy with it. What would be my best way of dealing with this? I really kind of boxed myself in there, didn't I? Okay. There'll be another kiln. So right now we're throwing that into the fire for literally nothing in return. And get all this starting to get hooked up. So I think for this one, I can just run it right along the side there. Okay, so now I need to get sand over there. We do have the sand line going right here. And I think we'll end up doing is splitting off one here. And I need to get it over to you. So I think the way I'm going to do this... go like that. Like this. It's fine. We'll just need to go grab some more nails. Okay. Yeah, no, there's definitely going to be, like, an advantage of stopping and going, okay, well, let's build the second floor and do all these things and whatnot. I'm sure this is a bunch of pain points I could have saved myself if earlier I had just taken the time to approach this and expanding my stuff and pursuing the contract kind of thing. As opposed to, like, rebuilding a bunch of times, but eh. It doesn't seem like the kind of game you can really, you know, quote-unquote, lose easily. Alright, for what I'm doing here, what I'm going to actually do is we're going to go ahead and have you hop up to this height. Cool. Alright, and that's all good there. We need to set you to do glass. Alright, and more than likely I gotta pick up the glass production. So the whole thing would have to be rebuilt to have a second floor? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. You can buy all the property around you. And I'm imagining there's going to be a point where you're like, okay, I just need to specialize the whole area here. Add 2 more. Put down more grinders. This will definitely be a thing that, I just need to scale up. Alright, so that's going to be more cash needed down here. Need more grinders per, like one more? Yeah, but I'm not really worried about that if it's not quite efficient, because sure, it'll back up on the line, but then these will run 100%. It's fine, like that inefficiency is not one that hurts me too much. Yeah, so that'll work in getting the clay, that'll work in getting the glass, so now we're producing glass and clay, and all that going there. I don't remember what you are. You're pulleys, right? Yeah, so you got the pulleys all there, so you got all that. Okay. So we're doing really good on all that side. These healing potions and all that on this side are eventually going to go away. Just like a lot of this linen stuff on this side is going to go away as that shuts down. The wood stuff and the stone stuff's going to be fine. It's just going to stay there. Yeah, alright. So that's another good sorted. You're getting completely full. So we can expand this even farther. Let's go ahead here and get 2 more extractors going. I haven't done the math to see if that's even the right amount or anything like that. But honestly, I don't care. There we go. And then we can grab the pipes here. Cool. And are you getting full up? You're not getting full up, but you are slowly picking up. So let's go ahead and put another one of those here. So we know that the bottleneck is the actual growing part of it. Because that'll improve the throughput of our vitality potions on it. Okay. So, that means if we go to our goods, we have the top row, the second row, and the soap. So we're now down to steel gears as the next thing to be produced. So that's going to require steel ingots. And steel ingots require iron ingots, mixed with coke powder. Which apparently only have a 25% chance of producing a steel ingot. That sucks. Okay. And I happen to have coke powder literally running right here. So that's some good news. No, it is what it is. It's not exactly chance, it's literally 1 in 4. Yeah. So the idea is you're putting a bunch of iron in and a little bit of the coke, and then you get just a little bit of steel, and then you basically get your iron back. Well, not all of it, but you get a bunch of iron back. Yeah, no, it's not even that uncommon of a thing that's been added to the genre lately. There's been a number of games who have taken the approach of adding that kind of a mechanic. You can not like it, like that's totally valid, but you know. You're buzzed off your butt. That's your excuse? Okay. Oh, come on. I also just realized I don't have iron anywhere near here. Okay, well, sales are pretty high. Still spending more than we're getting. So here's what's going to be tricky here. Is I'm going to need to do... Okay, that'll be workable. I'm going to need to have iron ingots. Are you selling any relics? Right now I'm boxing the relics. I'm not producing them very fast, so it's just gonna take a while for those relics to get made, and then I can sell them, and I'll just manually chuck them on the shelf. Okay. So what's gonna need to happen is I need to get my iron over there. So my iron's there right now. It doesn't make sense to me to go grab the iron from there. So I need to get some iron ore. We do have the coke powder right there. So I think literally what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put you right there. We're going to add a forge. Once I grab a stack of stone. go. Alright, we'll need a portal over here. Yeah, you have priority splitters and you have like filter splitters. There's ways you can handle it. I'm not too fussed. That's not where you go. That's the output. Let's go here. So you're gonna be the output. And you're the input. There we go. Alright, so that'll give me iron ingots. And we need that over there. So right now, we're gonna take it this way. I need a whole lot of planks. So clear that up so it gets unjammed. All right. Now we set you to... Oh, that's the wrong portal. I also just realized they had a thing mentioning the, There we go. Iron ore. Okay. So that'll hopefully feed the iron in there. So the iron gets fed into here, as well as the coke powder. That creates one steel and a bunch of iron ingots. And I do not believe this one filters. Oh no, it does. Okay, so one of those is going to be the steel, the other one's going to be the iron. Yeah, so then what we could do is we can have the iron, we can just have it loop around and go back in, put a priority merger, and then the steel we can just move on forward. I believe this will be the steel track. So for just right now, we're just going to huck it into a box and figure it out later. And then this is I believe, the iron track. Are you doing your thing over here? There you go. I just had to feed it one manually. It should eventually sort itself out on the other side. Okay. Because, yeah. Because then I shouldn't need to inject much net new iron into the process. Yeah, because then what we can do is, again, take the iron, loop it back around, and we'll just have, like, a priority merger over here. Could actually put it over here. Ooh, actually, the priority merger takes the bottom one, doesn't it? 1 second. There we go. I didn't think that through. Don't mind me. Make steel. All right. There you go. Okay, so check the other side. So we did get the steel ingot here, and then the iron ingots there. Okay, so what we'll do here is we bring you up and over. And there's my iron input over there. So bring it like this. I need more nails because I'm being very wasteful. Because I genuinely don't care. Alright. And then we go over here and we do our down ramp. That's not, there's the down ramp. Okay, so it should prioritize this iron to feeding back in the system and only pull from this iron when there's nothing available. So since basically it goes 4 bars in, 1 steel out, 3 bars come back out, 4 bars in, that we're going to be introducing kind of like 25% new iron for every steel bar. Okay, so that gives us steel. We don't sell steel in its own, but we do sell steel gears. So for steel gears, I think that's an assembler. Nope. It's not the little one, right? It is. All right. So we want to make that. So I'm going to put that over here. And mostly I'm putting over here because I feel like it can tie into that path really easy. Okay. Steel gear. And steel gear. Alright, so if we follow this, we can bring it around here. That's all full, so I actually want to take it probably between those two. Fair enough. So what we'll do here is we'll grab you. Alright, and now I just gotta plug it all together, and we will have ourselves another commodity for sale. Yeah, so I see how much of a difference it's making having more variety, that we're up to like 16 reputation, instead of being at like 1 or 2. And I don't know if it's like the idea that the people come in and they have like something they predisposition want, and if you don't have it, they get whiny about it, and thereby not having nearly half the things there, you're just kind of dooming yourself to upset them, or whatever like that it is. Okay, we can pick those up. We get down ready to say, yeah, it's probably just me running out of various materials. And as you can see, this is really starting to wind down here. Which that's been a long time coming. That gives you an idea of how much of a buffer we've had on the materials here. that I tore down the thing that inserted new materials into this part ages ago, and it's still working on bringing it down. Another thing we can do is you are producing clay over here. Let's just yoink that spot for right now, because I don't need you making clay brick there anymore. So I'll run that out. Yeah, there's plenty in there. And you're just churning materials that are already here, so you can just keep doing. That stone crusher's done, that stone crusher's done, that stone crusher's done. Okay. Yeah, so all this is shut down, basically. Yeah, so that's literally not going to do anything anymore. So let's just pull that part. It's just wasting fuel on literally no product. I mean, I guess the part on the far end... Okay, slight change of plans. So put that there, but disconnect these ones. Because these ones are no longer getting any stone, they'll never make anything. So you're making ash. But the ash isn't going to do anything, because there's no stone going... Alright, just shut it down. Shut it all down. Because none of these are running at all. It's full. All of it's full. So that's the last fertilizer they're going to get when the fertilizer runs out in here. That's done. And you needed that, so literally this is not going to do anything anymore. It's... Yeah, give me all this. You're done as well. We'll want to move that fertilizer someplace else when we got time. You're not getting fertilizer. Oh, actually, you've got one here who's getting like one or the last 2 rounds of fertilizer out. What we can do is grab the fertilizer, chuck it over to this side, because the flax will still get used for stuff, and that's a way of us depleting this fertilizer. Okay. Cool. Yep, so I'll just run and keep that going. That's just gonna back up, and then it's not gonna do anything anymore. Honestly, disconnect this side as well. Just gonna back up into storage anyways. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be the last hurrah of flax going out this side to feed all this. So that's good news. As we're slowly sunsetting large segments of the place. Alright. Did I even check the mailbox today? I did not. Random quest. Can't do it. Won't do it. Can't make me. Alright, so let's see here real fast if we did actually finish. The relic is getting real close. So you need more flax to do that. And the flax here is running solidly. So ultimately it's just even more of this thread. Now, in theory, I probably could shove one more of the flax things here and then build another box with grinders on top of this. And feed it in here. And which one? You're the ones making the spooled thread and then the fabric. And this is the one making the rope. And all of them are basically getting backed up on the flax production side. Okay. So I think that's what we need to do, is I think I need to expand the flax production here. So what we probably can do here... This would be a little bit of a thing because I'm stacking it really tall. Which is not going to be very efficient. Okay. So I can grab... Where are you at? Grab you. And there's the fertilizer. Let's grab a flaxseed, that's no problem. Alright, so take all those materials from me. Yeah, so we're selling more and more. Okay, so profit day. Cool, cool. Starting to see profit again. That's what we want to see. Alright, so before we hook all that up, let's grab these. Here, actually, I'll have it feed directly into a box. One second, that's gonna be all messed up if I do it that way. So, boom. Okay. What we'll do to save ourselves a little bit of pain. Lower these, because that'll be a lower cost. Oh, you're going to be in the way still. Never mind. Because rather than making a whole better spot where I am just like literally just stacking this right on top of the existing stuff. So on the other side of it, I could just kind of plug it in and call it a day. Okay, so let's get the grinders. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. I'm sorry to hear that the Twitch app has been so kind of crap for you recently. Oh, I see. I see what I got going on here. Pick you up. Do that. Do this. Do this. And one more grinder here. Okay, and we'll go ahead and for the time being, I'll just use a lift to drop it. Okay. So, that's going to give me a bunch more input. Now, the catch is, it's going to be really hard to do much with it with where we got our setup here. Because it's going to be making that. Now, I could easily sit here and just do one of these. Which is hardly going to be the most functional thing. But, for the amount of effort involved to get it set up versus the other side, it's fast, it's easy, it's dirty, let's do it. Meanwhile, you're all backed up with fertilizer the whole way. Let's just grab one of these and just yoink it. So we get that flaxseed. So, because I don't see a reason to buy more. I don't think we're going to need any for a long time. And we can go to you. Alright, and that's more flax input. Let's see here. You know what, maybe we do? Don't do that. Instead, we set you to make thread. And I just add another input spot. Okay. So we've just got more thread production going on. That should keep more rope going. We might be able to increase our rope production. We'll see how that goes after a little while. Okay, I love seeing the bandages backlogged. That is a good thing. Oh wait, didn't we have a thing that when I had my output portal, whatever it was? I'm pretty sure I had a thing with the output portal where it, Or like, because I didn't see any mention of a contract, but I did notice when I made the output portal, I was allowed to choose bandage. And they would give me purchase contract bandages 50, daily requirement 80. That really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but you know what? Why not? And I'm assuming, so you'll spit money out the other side. So you spit money out the other side. So I wanted to where I could feed it into our money line. Yeah, so that's not really a great place. And the money line is way all over the place. Just got the bandage here. Let's start by just doing this. Get this thing hooked up. Okay. So I'm curious if it hits like the daily limit and then it just stops. Yeah, but it stops at 800. Okay, and that gives me 12 each time. And that's just deleting an obnoxious amount of them. Hey, I mean, love to see that. Just instant cash. Okay, so that's all doing its thing. How's that fertilizer going? So you've shut this down. That's basically shut down here. All of this is shut down now for the most part. They're just running on existing fuel until they run on fumes. And I'm gonna have a big mess of just surplus materials to deal with. The vitality potions are no longer being produced on this side of the map at all anymore. So this shelf is gonna go just deplete now. Yeah, this shelf doesn't matter anymore. So now it's a matter of tossing our potions over here. Okay, and slowly cleaning up the mess I made on the floor there. So random quest, you want steel gears. Yeah, we're gonna have to get those transformation potions. We are getting more materials going in there. That said, we're getting pretty dense with stuff here. Okay. So I've got a Jupiter. And the Jupiter gives me 30 silver. I'm honestly leaning towards just letting it continue to become XP to level up. Because if we keep leveling up like we have been, I could be like, use less fertilizer, use less, like, fuel, use less this. That while I'm missing out on the instant cash-in of whatever it was, like, 30 silver, which is a lot of money. I see it as cashing in to get a benefit now to basically continuously add. It also looks like we're getting plenty of glass. Alright. How are we doing on our steel gears, by the way? Are we getting those? I gained a skill point. Alright. So, fertilizer, nutrient value. Again, if we keep building this kind of stuff up, that reduces the amount of need. So we do have the steel gears being produced. Love to see that. How is our steel production actually going? Because that's this one over here. So I've got the full backlog of iron. And it's just... Oh, you're waiting on coke powder? Ah! We've hit the point that I am using too much coke powder. Our coke powder production is insufficient. Okay. And those are grinding as fast as we can. So we're going to need to expand this. Boxes don't balance? Nope, no they do not. But the point is the box is sitting there where it is, it's already got the materials sorted out there. Oh, of course they put you right there. So grab you, bring you across. We don't need to think about that farther. Alright, so you're going to just drop down here. Alright, if we do that, that'll wire it in. So now all we need to do is go over to this side. Where are you taking your stuff? Oh, I see. I just need to increase the throughput here as well. And then this is where it gets weird because I've got this set up for the repeating return material. It is what it is. I imagine it's also the thing. I saw that there's stackable crucibles that we don't have access to yet. I imagine that's a big one because then we can probably take all this and make that all better. Okay. Do I think I can... Yeah, I could probably get away with just plugging another one in this side. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong with it taking something that we actually did a bunch of math to, and then just being like, what if we completely disregarded all the math and just went with it? Oh, need more rope. We're all off rope over here. Okay. By base math? Pretty much. Okay, so what's going to be the best way to make sure these continue to get ground? Add the buffer chest here. Okay. So problem here, as we're seeing, is that's immediately going to back up. And I'm going to have to figure out a good way to shuffle this around. You know what we can do? Drop you in here. Is this gonna be balanced at all? Nope. Am I gonna worry about it all? Nope. Is it gonna sort of, kind of, ish work? Maybe. Yeah, so we'll just chuck it out there. We've got 5 of them running, just dedicated for that. But then it should catch up, and that should alleviate some of this stuff. Alright. So what should happen is need more charcoal. Yeah, what should happen is gradually it'll deplete all the charcoal that's back on the line. Why are you not... Oh, I see. Yeah, because basically we're running on the point where our fuel supply is getting to be not where we need it. Because these that got added over here, I was normally keeping it so that all the powdered charcoal was not... Like, only the stuff used for fuel was on that part of the equation. Which is why we had the powdered charcoal way over here. So what I really should do here... Wait... Oh, that's still iron. It's just got weird lighting. Okay. So what I really should do is disconnect that one and reverse the direction of all this powdered charcoal and then use this line. Because that's the whole idea, is this line here is supposed to only be for continuing to keep that. Buying coal and grounding it down is where the mid-game is at. Expensive, but space efficient. Yeah, well, like, I get what you're saying, because I would get rid of all of this, and it'd be basically this step. I'd just grind the coal and then chuck it in here. That might end up happening, but right now, it's fine. I wonder if there's a way to stop this when it's just burning for no reason. Oh, it's not actually using the fuel. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that should sort itself out over time. Because we did just add another crucible on there. There we go, and they're all running steady now. And it's not backlogged anymore. So we did increase the production that much. It still uses fuel, but coke lasts for 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer that that's kind of wasting fuel just sitting there when it's not needed, but... we just need more coke powder going in. I do think I'm going to take the time to yoink this line and reverse it. So this is our coal charcoal production. So that kind of loops in on itself, because this line over here, which goes over there, that's the make things that aren't critical line. The question is, where can I get at this? So it can't quite pop up here. Okay, what I could do is do one of these. Okay, so we've disconnected that. Okay, that way the fuel lines keep priming themselves constantly, and it's only the surplus that goes up here, over here to power things. That way we don't start having like this shut off because not enough fuel is going here, because that's what this splitter is here. That's basically prioritize everything that continues to make my fuel, whereas everything else goes there. And the only exception I have right now is this. This is the one and only machine that is not a critical one on here. And I do want to try and change that, but you're pretty far away from that line. I'm half tempted to. Well, I mean, at this point, it's there. I might as well, like, leave it. Ah, you're not connected. There. So now I can grab all that. Chuck that coke powder in over here. Let's see. We can chuck the sand in over here. No, that's the clay. Okay, cool. There's a sandbox. Chuck the sand in over there to clear inventory. We can go over to the bandage box, which is over here. There you are. Chuck you in the bandage box. Stack you. Stack you. Stack you. Stack you. Stack you. There's another 88 silver. Ooh, you're getting overwhelmed. Oh, right! Okay, yeah, so we're producing everything here now. So now we're back to getting this going. So we have coke powder. The gloom spores require yeast powder, and yeast powder requires soap powder. And then we need the soap powder and the fruit wine together. So you can see the fruit wine here is basically the backup is the liquid. Which means if I want to do more of that, I mean, if we want to do more of that, I need more fertilizer is the answer. But otherwise, we'd have that. But in the meantime, I've got the soap right here. I've got the fruit wine right there. So let's pop right on down here. We're going to need to get the soap out of there. I'm not going to bother doing any math around the ratios because I don't feel like it. So instead, I'm going to go right down here, and we're going to go ahead and put 4 of these. There you go. And then we can put a box on their side. Let's say instead of grinding coal in the game, you could have still had a big wood coal setup or whatever, built around every whatever be effective. Yeah, it's you're trading space for cost efficiency. Like the coal is very, very cost prohibitive so far as cost efficiency goes. But then at the same time, you know, it's much more compact, so there's a benefit there. Okay, so we've got all that. So the next thing we'd want to do is, I believe we need to go over here and get the yeast powder. So just bring you around like this, and that'll be yeast powder over here. I'll need iron ingots, because then we can get transformation potions going. Let's see, where am I looking? It's over here. Because now we're doing that contract thing's good money. Like, proper good money. Okay, and let's go grab you. There's the yeast powder. Alright, so with the yeast powder being produced, that I combine with the spores to make the gloom spore. Okay, and the spores... Wait, actually, wait. Those are the gloom mushroom. Ah. Yeah, so you combine the mushrooms with the yeast powder. I'm not having a backup on the mushrooms at all, am I? Alright. That means I need even more mushrooms. And I am just plain running out of space now. I mean, we're honestly getting to the point I probably need to replace even just the regular logs with the mushroom logs. And set them to be part of this whole system, but I don't... Like, that's gonna require reshuffling everything to make room, and I don't want to do it. I can take this conveyor, like, move it back over here. Second story mushroom time? I mean... Maybe? Right now, I'm gonna do the cheap and easy one. I got enough room for one more right there. I'm gonna shove the one easy one right there. Okay. That'll take time. Everything production for as many factors as possible. Fuel is often the only thing that makes endgame manageable. For usual players, flexible modular like in Factorio. People use electrical furnaces even though they have twice the energy and fuel-driven furnaces before them. Yeah. You got automated? I'm sorry, I missed that. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. A bunch of them are getting caught. People are saying big wood, and automated is going, big wood? How dare you? Sex-based term. Gotta watch out for that big wood. Get you every time. Okay, so we're now getting things where that's all primed. Yeah, no, I've been experimenting with a different program for managing chat and all that kind of stuff. Because I do multi-stream at a bunch of different platforms and all that. And it was one of those things that like it does like 80-90% of what I want, but there's a couple things like when I raid out it doesn't put the banner on the tap. And then when something gets caught by automod, it doesn't show me the automod stuff. Like it'll warn me that something got auto-modded, but then I have to actually look at my mod view to sort it out. And that's when I gotta get sorted out on my end to get that crap figured out. Okay, we're starting to get too much wood out here that you can see that belt's stuttering. And that's because we're passing all of this on over to these boxes. So like what I could actually do to fix this problem properly is grab all these, drag them back here farther, so that we can start doing. I honestly think we are at a situation of just not using the regular table saws here anymore. So like retiring those and switching to just those so we get more and more mushrooms down the line. Until we start seeing these back up, then that's gonna be a whole thing. Alright. Ripping off the band-aid. There's the portal. Okay. So, right now, I'm just gonna let those run. Let them run and start burning through those logs. And then we're just gonna kind of shuffle them all back to use the shroom logs and all that. And I'll take care of that. Meanwhile, let's go check on what we got going on over here, because we should be getting the yeast powder. Maybe. Oh, you're just plain not getting enough for... Yeah, so you're producing these. Yeah, and then you're making those. I think those are farther down the pipe. They're not getting any. Alright, well, let's go down here. Okay, and we got you here. That'll be yet another one producing. Because the goal is to get producing enough of that that at least a little bit gets down here. Because you're connected. there a throughput limit on those pipes? Nothing we're hitting. Alright, well, let's try doing it this way. Because I'm noticing it doesn't seem to be getting stuck on those conveyor belts. Alright. So producing more and more. And the goal here is, hopefully, that gets to be enough that we get ahead on it. Yeah, so it's kind of hovering right there, where it's getting just a little bit of the lead. But the problem is, if you look back there where the actual crop is, it's getting like a little touch of fertilizer every couple of seconds and not really getting a backlog on it. This one is because the flax is all stuck making the oil. It's not doing much of anything right now. We're getting all that, and that'll grind to a halt too in no time. And you're good here. And then you're waiting on mushrooms still. Yeah, I'll also get rid of those chests there too. What I can do is start with the mushroom process way back here. Okay. Alright. Getting plenty of money now. We got the charcoal powders going all right. We want to increase that production. That's another one I'm not entirely sure how I'm dealing with. So we can increase the production on that. That'll get that going there. Because what I think I need to do here is where I'm bringing this around, I think we need to make this go wider and then just add more here. Let's see, it seemed like some stuff would be huge to make fully modular. Even just tier 2 fertilizer seems like it would be insane to be fully modular for everything that needs plants. Well, that's the thing. They have a lot of these that kind of interconnect. So, like, I don't think this game right now is as well easy to set up for, like in Factorio, where you could sit there and you could, like, have your train drop, grab all your green circuits, and then go away. I don't think this game lends itself as well to that kind of gameplay style. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing either. It's just different automation games. So there's going to be a certain amount of, like, wiring things together. That there's a lot of feedback loop kind of stuff. And the only ones that, for example, Factorio has are kind of those feedback loop type systems. Is Factorio, you have the whole, like oil and nuclear have some feedback loop stuff. So you're all shut down proper. So let's get all these elevators out of here. And stop wasting all that fuel. You don't have to like pick it up and move it someplace. It's better moved than just in there burning. Alright, so this whole area is shut down. All of this done. Every last bit of it is never going to produce anything else here. We do have the last little straggling, fledgling amounts of fertilizer getting done here. Because where are you finding... There's like no more stone. I don't know where you keep occasionally getting... Oh, there is. This one here has a whole bunch of material in it still. Alright, we can fix that. Then go right here real quick. There you go. You can also help it out in a couple other ways by just popping over to some of these other boxes and hucking a stack in there. So yeah, just one of those containers, because of its position, didn't have multiple grinders running. So it's way behind the others. Okay, that's ash, that's fine. Just trying to spread this out a little bit here. Okay, so that should pick up the pace. Okay, so like I said, that flax is going to be done soon, and then this whole part of the place will shut down. We're getting more and more silver out of that, which I love to see. All of this is continuing to produce. That's all good there. These are still running solid. Just make your own feedback systems in Factorio. The built-in systems aren't enough. It's tricky to set up completely distributed, if not impossible, but it'll probably get there. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I very much liked in Factorio that so many of their systems were like things. It was, what was that? The planet with the spider eggs. That was the planet that suddenly you went from, like, you could keep everything kind of, like, well-managed and all that and separate, and then you get Gleba or whatever. It's like, no, everything needs to be close and moving fast because these eggs are gonna hatch. They gotta move. Grab a bunch of these logs. Yeah, no, I think it was Gleba. Yeah, no, and that was kind of the first time we're like, no. You can't modular everything out on this one. Very, very genuinely, you need to use these materials real close to what you're doing it. There is no loading it up on the train, moving it half across the map to do the next thing. You'll just have spiders running around everywhere as all of them are hatching in your trains. So are you getting any of that through? No. I wonder if there's a limit on the pipe length. Well, no, because we're not seeing this build up. It's just, basically, we're kind of hitting a stalemate there, and I just need more fertilizer here. And we're producing fertilizer, and it's getting over there, but not fast enough. There could always be the possibility that we finally produce enough of the yellow potions that this backlogs, and we don't need a big buffer. Yeah, no, there's not much of a buildup. It's hovering at about 50. And then slowly bleeds off and it gets back up a little bit higher. And the ash is fine, and this is fine. Yeah, so the tier 1's fine. It's literally the mushrooms. Which, like I said, we're kind of working on that over here. I was trying to get this out of the way. I just have so much wood already in there because they made the mistake of having buffer boxes for the wood. That just needs time to process. I don't want to just junk several thousand worth of wood. You missed what inputs the plants need, but FG explained it already. FG did too, but you can give me a short summary of what resources are needed for growing plants. Okay, so yeah, so for growing plants, it's kind of a whole thing, where we need fertilizer is ultimately what we need, and fertilizer comes from quicklime and plant ash, and so the plant ash you get from burning crops, sage specifically, to make plant ash. So it's kind of a weird thing, in the sense that, like, you have to have crops to burn to make plant ash, to make the fertilizer, to then grow crops. And then quicklime is just you burn stone and then grind it up. So it's kind of a feedback loop in the sense that I have to get the sage, which are these plants here. I have to get what comes out of them and feed them into the furnaces to burn them into ash, to feed them in here, to make the fertilizer, to bring the fertilizer back around, to feed to the sage, to burn the sage. So that's its feedback loop. In your lower level, like your tier 1, your not automatic ones, where you have to put in your ground manually, those ones don't need that. Yeah, no, what you get earlier is you have this one. It's not automatic. You put the seeds in there yourself. Versus these ones, once you plant it, as long as you feed fertilizer, it just keeps going endlessly. Like uranium enrichment factorio? To a certain degree, yeah, no, we got a couple things like that. Like our whole process here with the charcoal and all that is one of those kind of processes. Alright, well, you're getting backed up. If you're getting backed up, can I loop you into the rest of this? Probably can. Honestly, we could probably fit this 50-50 and just be messy about it. Manually balancing. There, that'll boost everything for a little while. That should unstick that side and help improve the throughput of all that. Okay, and how are you doing over here on our wood cutting on this side? It's still got a huge backlog. Okay, glass and clay are starting to build up. You remember sitting there for 30 minutes for the first set of enrichment, and using like 5 or 6 combinators to make sure the enrichment never uses its necessary base stock? Yep. Yep, you just keep it like rotating it through and through, and you slowly get the more enriched uranium until you eventually hit a critical mass where you can just kind of like let it be. Man, I only have one of those going. Kind of wish I could go in here and be like, hey, could you like run at half capacity, please? Let a little bit of this get through. Yeah, when it runs, it's in good shape, but man, it does not run often. All right. I need to just start working on it. As much as I'm trying to not have it be a whole thing. Okay. Let's start by putting this way farther back here. I mean, honestly, the portal stones cost less than the mushroom logs. Well, let's have more direct. Okay. Okay, and then we need filters on the other side. Alright. I'm curious about, there's an achievement for beating the game without buying any land at all. And I'm kind of like, alright, I'm curious. How's that gonna work? Okay, gonna eat a bunch of my money here. That's fine. Actually, our money's starting to properly back up on some of these. If you're on multiplayer, you just wanted to make sure they don't run out. Even if someone hoovered all the enrichment stuff out of the belt and chest, must secure every system to the max degree. Yup. Okay. And let's also go over here. Alright, so there's the mushrooms. And unfortunately, the way I set that up, getting the mushrooms out and around everything is going to be hard. Because there's the mushroom route up here, which is blocked by the other ones. And then we've got the actual logs. Okay. So if I want to get this plugged into the rest of the system, what would be my best way? Because they need more things for logs to do. Well, part of it is I have these logs here that aren't the mushroom logs, and they're just sitting there just producing way too much. Because these produce 30 minutes of the logs per second. That's 24, so it's not that much of a difference. But yeah, no, I definitely need to consume more of that. We could probably go, well, I mean, it's... I wonder if there would be a, I wonder with the merge splitter. Ooh, here's an interesting idea. So, the coke is obviously the better fuel source. But, I could see doing a thing where when we overflow, we dump the planks in to be burned. Hey, thanks so much for the raid, Sui. Can we get a shout out for Sui and our fantastic content creator? Someone I absolutely recommend checking out. Oh, the relics, I can't make more relics using that because it's the linen that's holding up the relics. Because that's the pulleys. Yeah, so definitely go check out Sui. If we can get a shout out for Sui, that'd be awesome. Playing some House Flipper. Nice. Hope you had a good time flipping houses. Yeah, we are trying to figure out how we want to deal with this. So what I'm thinking we do here to fix my plank backup issue is as we move this line back, I will put the splitter boxes here, where if these boxes get full of planks, we then route them around and just shove them right in here where the coke is going, because the planks will burn really fast by comparison. So that way we kind of inject really crappy surplus wood to just have it burnt to get it out of the way. I think that's what I'm going to do. So to that end, what we're going to want to do is I'm going to need to clean this up to get the merge spot here. Yeah, that's exactly. It's like, it's surplus, I don't want it to go to garbage, but also it needs to go away. So then we can take you. So that's the secondary priority. And that'll be the priority lane. And for the time being, what I can do is I can put the splitter here. So it'll try to put it where it should be first. And then if that doesn't work, we can, here, it needs to go one farther back, actually. And if it goes someplace else, then we can go and just deal with it there. Oh, there's the end of the day. Alright, yeah, because we're running into getting too much of some supplies, and our ones are getting backed up because of it. So we're just trying to resolve that real quick. So with this... Oh, that's the filter splitter. I need a priority splitter. There we go. Cool. So, if we go here now, we plug all that plank production in here. The planks will fill up this line until it backs, and they'll start shoving the planks onto this line, where we'll then be putting a very inefficient fuel into our burners to just act as a way of deleting it. Because what should happen now is as that coke burns out, it'll keep swapping it again and again. And the planks go real fast. Okay. So we've got that. Now the real problem is the mushrooms. We bring them in through these boxes over here. And I don't really have a good way to getting them there. So I think we're going to go ahead and do is I'll put... Let's see about this. I'm trying to think of how I want to path. Catapult? I'm generally avoiding the catapults. The catapults actually have a very low throughput. They're cool. They're like one of the gimmicks in the game. There's definitely times you use them, but as far as throughput goes, they're pretty bad actually. I've seen a lot of people just be like catapult, and then you actually look at it and go, why am I getting nothing done? Oh, the catapult can only handle like 3 things in a short period of time. Oh, okay. Alright. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, it's upgraded to be better, but the problem is I only get so many levels so fast, and do I want to spend all those points on catapults? And I'm assuming for a lot of people, their assumption would be the answer is going to be yes, because, I mean, they're freaking catapults. And, like, you know, I can respect that. But also... not really what we're looking for. Alright, so we can take you over here. Okay. And those already have buffer chests on them. Okay, so we got mushrooms on the way. And slowly but surely we are going to be just burning through all these planks that are extra. And then the plan is, as this wood runs out, we replace those with even more of the mushroom log kind of things. And just basically use the mushroom logs as almost our sole source of planks for now. And I'll need to fix this when this is out of the way to start fueling those correctly. But the good news here is that should be enough mushrooms that this keeps running. At least enough that our fertilizer coming over here can keep this running, and we'll actually see this come on. Alright, we're actually getting some yeast powder. It's taken us 10,000 years, but we're right there. Alright, so with the yeast powder in production, we needed that for... where are you, yeast powder? You're here somewhere. Yeast powder. So we needed that to make the shroom spores, or gloom spores, and the gloom spores we need the mushrooms and the yeast powder. So yeast powder's right here, but mushrooms are all the way over there. And so what we're going to do here is something that will probably never, ever, 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 ever get done, so it's not going to be very helpful, is I'm going to put a priority splitter somewhere along here. So it'll only start... Yeah, we'll put it right here. So priority splitter. That way the mushrooms will continue to prioritize keeping the fertilizer running. But in the event that we do get a surplus, I say with a mild mocking tone as if that's ever going to happen. Then we can transport it all the way over there. And I know a whole bunch of people like, you should use catapults. Again, catapults have very low throughput. They actually don't even go that far either. They're good. They're good when you're kind of like cornered yourself and you're like, I got to get this out of here, and it's something low throughput. But I have found they're not great for moving a lot. They're good for like stocking shelves, and even then they could fall behind. Give me the nails. Spaghetti belts producing spaghetti belts? Yep. Yeah, no, it's very much we're suffering from the, well, we're adding one more thing, well, we're adding one more thing, well, we're adding one more thing. What is this cursed garbage we have created? Alright. So I need to get there. Probably cut across here. Okay. Cursed garbage is more fun than efficient. Yep. Well, it's definitely one of those things, because the problem is, like, if you're trying to make, you know, make it right, as it were, you ultimately spend all your time going, okay, well, let's take this. Oh, I got a new upgrade. All right, well, now I need to stop and tear everything down and adjust with my new upgrade. Oh, well, now I've got this all set up. I'm happy. Oh, wait, but there's a new upgrade. Now everything, you know, is not load balanced and all that. All right, well, let me go ahead and get my new upgrade. Like, you'll end up spending your whole time just retooling and all that. All right, so we've got the two of those. We're not going to be able to do much fancy right now. So I'm assuming, and we don't put that there. So it's the Gloom Shroom, that's right. So the Gloom Shroom, yeah, all right. So, honestly, just plug it in there. So Gloom Shroom here. And then what is the actual... and Coke. And the nice thing is we got Coke right there. Alright. So let's go ahead and plunk you to you. I'm gonna actually turn this. I need small gears. Let's see, your cleaning lady let you know this is the last time she was at my house, that she has a breeder for a new puppy lined up for the Strider. Oh, you're getting a new puppy then? Is that, am I understanding that correctly? Let's see, Drongo Drover's chat to Matt in this playthrough. Nobody understood the tangos anymore. Then he got lost in himself and he built a giant floor over and acted like nothing was there. That was like, we had the like really nice base when I did Satisfactory, And, like, as you got later and later in the end game, it became more and more spaghetti. So, like, it was like this really nice base, and then there was just this cobwebs underneath the basement. Basically, after you're out of school for the summer. Gotcha. Right. Let's see. You wouldn't sleep on the catapult. It may be just a late game FPS saver. You've seen a couple of cases of the game becoming unplayable, apparently attributed to conveyor belts. Yeah, I could see that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, it's the catch of, like, right now with the limitations I'm dealing with. What was I short on? There's something I came over here for. Let's just walk back over and figure out what we're missing and figure it out there. But, gears. Right, the small gears. Yeah, that's right. But, yeah, no, I mean, that happens in all these games is... If they let you just keep building, you eventually do hit a point where stuff starts coming across. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is me testing to see if people could cross my stuff. Alright. Oh, you've got another thing that I'm probably not going to do. Oh wait, I might actually be able to do that. Where's my soap? I need to look at my soap real fast. How much soap do I have? Let's go turn it a whole real big pile of soap. Boom, give me the money. Belts were once a huge issue in Factorio. Oh man, like reading all the things they did to make belts work. Like in Factorio. Like there's the sheer volume of effort they put into that to like get them all nice and all that. Is one of those remarkable things. Okay. Alright. Okay, so we have everything we need wired up here. Now it's just a matter... And it's not wired up well, but wired up nonetheless. Okay, well, officially all of our burners are now switching over to just doing lumber because of how many we have going of this, and it's still backlogged. Oh, that's because I don't have a storage box here. Yeah, we could just fix that. And problem solved. Yeah, keep those running. Nah, Strider's just talking about, like, in the distant future, like, this summer. Because, you know, if they're going to be having a puppy and everything, it's going to take a while for that to happen and all that. And then the idea is the puppy would probably be around by the time of Northern Hemisphere summer. In one update, the game terribly grinded to a halt on your aging laptop, and then they brought all of those optimizations and being so smooth again. Oh yeah, no, very much. Like, the dev blogs from Factorio can be so much fun to just look at and be like, here is how we've worked on making our belts not as cursed or slow, and this ridiculous process they've gone through, and you're like, oh my god. Okay, so we need more flax. Which boggles my mind, because I've got more and more and more of this going. Okay, so now the problem we're running into here is simply... Here. We'll split the flax from that one in between the two. Because that's backing up now. The entirety of the continental United States is Northern Hemisphere. Like, the equator goes through the Gulf of Mexico and is well south of, Florida. we're in the tropics if you're very generous on the tropics. Oh, hey. That actually is now done doing its thing. You're getting all those materials. Alright, so you're not getting this material anymore. That's an interesting concern. So you're fine here. Oh, would you look at... I mean, I was about to say they're all running, but I guess not. We're getting there. We're almost to the point of having enough mushrooms coming in to keep that running constantly. We're not quite there, but we're getting close. Okay, and you're getting ready to wrap down the last of those. And you've honestly got enough in the backlog. We're gonna disconnect that. Because very genuinely, that's enough logs to keep those running for a very long time, and we're going to be trying to shift all of this back. And there'll be more coins going to this stuff. As you just realized the Southern Hemisphere had summer in our winter, and so out of school, so summer happens an entirely different part of the year. Are you recycling your shroom byproduct logs? What we're doing right now is I am just feeding them directly into the furnace. So there's like a little bit of backlog on the coke powder here. Actually, you know what? We can just get this party started. But basically, the surplus, I'm using a priority merger with the intent of basically just hucking all of the surplus logs in there, but it's only affecting these four. I'm in the middle of converting that over to something that works better. Which is kind of where we're at right now, is getting that all cleaned up. There's the coke powder, send it back through. Because yeah, all this is a mess. Yeah, because these ones are stuck. Because of that, and that's like, all of that's just going on one belt over, and that's what I'm trying to work on, is cleaning up that area to get it to just the mushroom logs, and then to be more balanced versus just trying to shove it all on one line and just thumbs up, it's fine, don't worry about it. But the problem is I put these buffer chests of wood here, and I'm being punished for it. We stopped putting the buffer chests on all the portal things because of that. You know what? I want to make progress. Just get these logs done. We can take all the time in the world burning through those. It's fine. We just run back and forth, chucking these all in that big row of boxes over there. And they'll just feed them as they need to. Okay, that's looking like way more fertilizer now. Oh, would you look at that? That's exactly what we want to see. Yeah. Advanced fertilizer is properly backing up now, so these things are going to be running at full capacity. That's going to be good. Alright. I'm getting a lot of just... Oh. Urgently need more soap. Alright. I'm glad that you keep needing soap specifically, because that's one of the things I got plenty of. Where's the soap? The soap is... I'm a liar. We have burned through our soap. Production's built up. So soap is no longer something I have a huge surplus of. Well? In the meantime, I've got tons and tons and tons of cash on me, and I don't need this much cash on me. Let's go here. Chuck those in there. Keep the silver on me. Meanwhile, I don't like my neighbors, so I own their house now. Goodbye, neighbor. Did I need that land? Nope. Did I take that land? Yep. Okay. I like where we used to have a building here, and it's just like, nah, don't worry about the building. It's fine. Just get rid of it. It's in the way. Where am I looking for stuff now? Oh, there you are. Yeah, because we can get those moved out of the way, and then we can put more of the mushroom logs there to get that stocked up. And then start rerouting that, getting that all sorted out. Meanwhile, let's take a peek at this. Yeah, they're all slowly just processing through the last of the coke before they just start massively burning all those extra logs. Okay, so you got room enough for this. Okay. And the reason I'm shoving it all over here is I do have this one thing over here for making my gears and all that. It's the same one we've been using since the very beginning of the game. It's still what's supplying my gears for the factory and all that. So it does very slowly burn through it. I don't feel a need to upgrade and all that. It's doing its job just fine. It's kind of one of those things. Alright. Okay, so before we go too much farther... get all this all set up. Because I'm going to be swapping these in as we go. Okay, so filter out the mushrooms. Filter out the mushrooms. Filter out the mushrooms. Filter out the mushrooms. Alright. So needless to say, these are going to go away. How much space do I have in my inventory? Yoink you. Yoink you. Alright, so now we're kind of on borrowed time before that starts messing with my entire fuel systems. But that's the end of those. Alright. So let's check this out. So we got the mushrooms going in here. We got our planks going into this box. Let's go over here real quick. Use 2 conveyor belts to go that way. You have the splitter there. You're gonna slowly fill up. Alright, so let's go here. Those are already wired in. If I want to be potentially lazy, I could do that. I think we need to be a bit smarter about it, unfortunately. There's one here, and one here. So I'll have that. Oh, I see what it's doing here. Right. So what we can do here is we'll put the containers on the left and the right. So you scooch over here, and then over there. And this will be one container for the lumber. Then our other container can be over here. Because then what we can do here is grab you. Okay. So that we now have the crates doing that. Alright. The same exact plan. Do here. Bring you over. Alright. Cool. So that's a pretty good setup over here. So we get the logs down here. The planks, I should say. We get down here to feed into that system. Then we get the mushrooms to feed over to the other side. Obviously, I still got this mess to deal with over here, and that's kind of what's got us in a rough spot right now, is we are using both of these. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to yoink these ones up real quick to shut them down for a moment, so we can kind of go and get this pattern set up here. And we'll just repeat it in all the different areas so that we can hopefully get this to work more smoothly. Because I don't know exactly what's going on with all of it. Okay, so we've got that. You've got a bunch of planks in there. So that's the line we've got the mushrooms going on for right now. We'll want to clean that up. Not be nearly as cursed, but we'll get there. In the interim, there you go. Alright, so mushrooms are hooked up to that real fast. Quick and dirty. We've got this, which is our planks, and like I said, we'll probably have the planks do the thing where, in the event we have too many planks, we just feed them in here, otherwise they get fed into the line here. You can see we're starting to run out of wood on all those, so we're going to need to get that fixed. So let's unplug this. You can honestly tear down the entire mushroom production system and rebuild a clean that little area. But that's what I'm kind of doing over here on the left, is I'm trying to slowly get it all switched over. And it's just gonna take time. I'm trying to not have the charcoal, the coke production just go offline, and then we have to like rebuffer the whole thing. Okay. So meanwhile, we've got you. So you're gonna keep feeding in the firewood as able. That's fine. So what I need to do here is this is a wood outline. So I'll just hook that up there for right now. And I'll need to sort that out. Yeah, it's this path here needs to be sorted. Ah, I see what's going on down here. I'll fix that all up in a minute. That should unstick it for a second. You need to be shuffled around. We can have you just inject in here as well. Yeah, so you could feed into that. That's fine for right now. Yeah, we'll have to have like a filter over, go to this lane to send it in to be burned. But let's keep that running for right now. Let's fix this. Okay. That's not right. That's fine. Okay. We're all good and all that. So that's the mushroom line, so I'll drop that off. And you can go here for right now. And yeah, that'll be the big one, is these plank lines. We're gonna have to fuss with those. And we're just gonna have to sit there and like have it where we just feed those in, because there is a thing that eventually those plank lines, it'll be a throughput issue on the belts. Alright, we've got you set up. But right now all of this is feeding in over there. And needless to say, that's a problem. So for the moment, I can have you feed in here for right now. It's not a proper solution. But that keeps it running for the moment. The amount you need of this is really kind of impressive. Like the sheer volume of mushrooms. Wait. Where do those planks come from? No. I see what happened. Grab that one. Grab you and you. Okay. A little bit of belt contamination. It's sorted. Crisis averted. Alright. So with this, we should be starting to get to the point that these mushrooms should start actually backlogging in some of those. Oh man. You know what? We do not need these buffers. As much as I do like having buffers, I'm down to add a buffer to this, but like it'll be one buffer for all of the lines combined. Versus like 4 of them. There we go. That's what you want to see. Okay, so I'll get that sorted out. Ooh. Where is our overflow? There's an overflow we have set up here. Ah, yeah, it's here. Alright. Yeah, so we got the overflow all set up and ready. You're just continue doing your thing with what little linen we have. Okay. So I could expand the linen production even more to try and desperately get this thing set up. I'm also noticing all of these are seizing up. Yeah, so it's not the input now that's the problem here. Right, because that doesn't actually balance. There, temporary solution for right now. Okay. Yeah, so getting plenty of that. There, so we're just chucking things over the fence to try and balance it. Basically, I just need to expand all the linen production, just period, and I don't want to. So you're fine here, you're just doing your glowy bit. You are waiting on... Right. Those are all backed up. But you are not. Now, I could do a thing. Well, I mean, that'd be after the storage. Or I could do a thing where if they all overflow, they will all divert to this one. That's a little dangerous because this is my fertilizer, so that could be a problem. But I definitely need to get more over here. And like I said, all these are backed up now. Let's do it. At least for one of these. So we'll do a priority splitter. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna use this as kind of a crude belt balancer. Okay. So that means if any of those boxes start to overfill in the middle, they'll start off-putting to the sides to help balance it. That'll keep this all running smoother, so at least we're not wasting too much material. That's our sand production that's still doing its thing. That's for making the glass and clay. Eventually that glass and clay, those boxes are going to fill up, and I'm just, I don't know. We'll just turn it off for a while, as best I can guess. Yeah, we're literally burning up all of the soap for soap powder. All right, we did successfully get a mushroom over here. Singular mushroom has been received. And we're also getting to the point where these are starting to very slightly backlog. This is filling up, which means it'll all properly backlog is one big thing. Okay, so you're running here. What's going on here? So you are getting stuck. Well, I hate that. That's terrible. There, that'll help. Because that'll help balance the load coming out of this box. Alright, we're just gonna have to do a bunch of our stuff. We also have this splitter for burning the wood. I think that's what I need to do. Let's change this design a little bit. So you can go back here, add a priority splitter. So we've got that. And then we'll cut right across here. And the plan's pretty straightforward. We'll just, feed any surplus that gets backed up directly in there and call it a day. That's at least the plan on paper. It's not going to be a perfect solution, but it should give me at least a couple mitigation strategies. Alright. So then the mushrooms get tossed over there. We do feed the planks in down there. Any surplus planks we get end up getting pushed up top here. And then those gradually get fed into the furnaces in place of the charcoal powder. So even though the planks are way less efficient, they will just gradually get burned through. And so it'll kind of go back and forth between that. You're not even connected. Well, that's annoying. That's gonna make that worse. Alright, let's see here. So you're all running fine. We've disconnected you so you can just keep running and eventually we'll have that sorted. Alright. Yeah, the good news is that is definitely getting ahead where we're just building up a surplus, and I love that. Got a little bit more silver for me. Can we burn even more fuel? That's what I would like to see. So if I can improve these ones over here, we could expand our fuel burning. Sorry, let's go ahead and just grab a bunch of these to speed up that belt real quick. Grab these lanes that are backed up here real fast. Alright. You put these over here. I wonder if it makes sense to put a priority overfill on this. that if this overfills, they toss it all the way down here and they grind it, because these aren't filling up. This is a throughput problem on the grinders. There's not really a great way for me to handle that I can see. Oh yeah, this whole thing is just gonna be plank soon. So that should help unstick, and we'll get to see how that actually works out. I need to stop using as big of buffers. Like, it's fine once the buffer fills up, but until you get to that stage, I need to not be using as big of buffers. Yes, that's all going smoothly. You are once again producing your vital stuff again. That's all fine. That's all fine. Okay. Yeah, the sheer volume of mushrooms you need. Yeah, none of these... Well, actually, I'm sorry. They are backing up. They're backing up still on the planks. If we're lucky, though, I can get more relics to get me more levels, so we can probably improve things there more. So that's pulleys. And we got the pulleys coming around here. Oh, speaking of which, did this ever run... Like, this should be running out of its linen by now, right? So you still got pulleys on the shelf for what it's worth. We can go over here. Every single one of those is empty. Nobody has any more stuff there. So this is all shut down in this whole area. There's nothing left over here. It's just the ghost of what it was. Which ultimately should get torn up. Ooh, what do you got going here that you're backed up? You're all backed up here. All the fabric and the rope is going through here. You have a shelf, right? It's still in stock. They just have to buy it. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. It's not hurting me for it just to sit there. Alright. Yes, you're all fine there. Yeah, you can see like 3 or 4 of these are turning on and off occasionally. And the belt is running at speed. It's just not enough throughput on that belt. Okay, how much longer until you switch over? If we can strike the right balance, it will keep some of those just going. Yeah, so once this is done, we should see how fast it'll burn through the planks. I imagine it's also one of those things that I could just scale this up and try and produce even more of the charcoal powder. Well, that's the other thing I'm sitting here thinking, is say we switched over to coal to make this whole coke production process easier. I still need all those mushrooms, which is what I'm catching on that. It's like, the alternative is I just have a really, really big number of these. Alright. So yeah, so now it's just going to sit there and tear through those planks one by one by one. Why are you not refilling on the planks? Is there like one piece of Yeah, there's one last piece of that. You disconnect coal entirely to see what it does with only the planks? Yeah, the only reason I don't want to do that is I know I would forget about it. And then I'd be like, why is my entire factory not working? But I'm getting this switched over to that one being planks by itself. I could stack those. Alright. Yeah, because eventually it'll pick up the speed enough that... Let's grab you out. Because the problem with the planks also is they won't have the throughput on the belt. Because we ran into that earlier on before we had that. The amounts of the item on the item, does it give any indication of the burn time? Yeah, I mean, it gives you the heat value, which is how long it lasts for, so that's 26p for the heat value. Well, if we go to ways ones that have coke, it's 858. There's a slight, tiny, massively significant improvement between the two. And I'm trying to, like, slowly switch it over so it doesn't have just one box, like, go. I want to see if, like, 3 or 4 of them. Like, will it continue to pull the planks? Burn times vary by machine. Heat value cost of the machine, cost of furnace plus that. Let's see. How goes circling planks to coke, leaching off, not running external loop? How goes the circling planks to coke, leaching off and not ruining the internal loop? It's going alright. So yeah, so the idea is I'm basically having the planks be able to prioritize over the coke for the first step. So hopefully we can get this to be at a deficit. And that'll slowly wean that down. You know, these are doing their thing. Also, say maybe run a singular log cutter for if mushrooms are fully backed up. I mean, if the mushrooms are fully backed up, we declare victory. Oh, good, we're finally getting mushrooms over here. Like, actually, more than just one. We have 44 transformation science. Alright. So many 2K log machines, I just need that many mushrooms. Yeah, no, I got you what you're saying, Morn. Basically, some have a higher demand for heat, so you go through the heat much quicker. Okay, there's just a single peak of coke here. Drop that off. Alright, would you look at that? So this one is out of planks. So we are slowly draining all of the storage we have here. So that setup does, when it does flip over to being almost exclusively planks, it does eventually reach a point. I mean, it's basically running that belt almost at speed. And so what'll end up happening here is relatively soon we'll end up getting the occasional gap in there, at which point I'll start reintroducing coke, and then one of my machines will get flipped back over to coke. So it should do a load balance. Granted, it's a pretty delayed load balance, so it'll like back up a lot and then kind of self-correct, and it'll pick up, and it'll self-correct and back up. Alright. But the point is, we are actually making the science now. Get a little bit of silver. You transferring the Voltron yet? No, unfortunately Voltron is copywritten, so we can only transform to copyright safe Voltron. It's kind of the same thing, but it's, you know, it's fine. Like, all the voice acting is really rough, even for Voltron. The animation has regressed a considerable amount. I need to get myself a new drink. We can only become the knockoff Ultron. Or Vortramp, yeah. How much copper is a single silver, and what is above silver? So gold is above silver. So my brain, I would assume it's 100 to 1 ratio. It might have been 1,000 to 1 ratio. I don't remember. The point, I think it's 1,000 to 1. I'm pretty sure it's 1,000 to 1 ratio between gold, silver, and copper, respectively. But yeah, seeing the mushrooms actually going down that line, at least at a regular pace, and it's going to get much better here, because remember, this is filling up. When that fills up, literally all the mushrooms are going down that line. And then blue side, they're different ratios? What is that madness? Have they never heard of the metric system? There's a reason why the metric system is simply better. I say as someone in the US. Can we build vertically? Yes. Some things are easier to build vertically than others. Stuff like these machines is kind of hard to stack stuff, but like all these boxes and all that, building vertically is very easy. But once we get the more of the, I keep wanting to call it blue science, blue potions. Once we get our 100 blue potions, we unlock the entire next set of technologies, and we can do all that. And this is very, very slowly giving me levels to get more passive points. So 1 million copper is 1 gold. Yeah, that's rough. And how are you doing on emptying? You're getting pretty close. So we're gonna go ahead and help this out and just go wham and wham. How do we solve store logistics mess? End of the last stream. Untangle the conveyors, just open our store. So here's my store. There's you know, we've gotten rid of a couple of things since the last time you checked it out. Which has made getting things around here a lot easier. So now by not having a wall, we're just kind of hucking them directly into displays right here. You think the view adds value? Exactly. It's an open floor plan. We just made sure to respect the engineering side of it, and we didn't want to compromise the integrity of the building, so when we removed the load-bearing walls and columns, we also removed what load they were bearing. It's like a farmer's market, only breathing in what's certainly carcinogenic gases from all the things. Like, I don't know, you know, how unhealthy breathing in burning wood and burning charcoal and coke and all that is. I am pretty confident, though, it utterly wrecks your lungs. I'm pretty confident you gotta wear your PPE, and you do not want to be in enclosed spaces with that for any real length of time. Alright. Our sand production. Yeah, we got all the copper going on there, and we got like little bits of silver here and there. Now just let the leeches drain it out of you. Yeah. Alright. And I'm just doing a little bit of cleanup. For those who missed, we're no longer using this. Oh, that one down there I am using. Alright. Coal plants produce a lot of radioactive. I didn't know about radioactive. I do know they produce a lot of stuff that, like, is, again, real bad to breathe in. Alright, you are almost topped off there. And 100 clean. Let's get some tech. Alright, so we have unlocked Chamal seeds, Pyrate's Fool's Gold, and Rock Salt. And so now we need to make growth potions. Okay, so the next move is, we've got this blue science here. I keep calling it blue science. The blue potions things. And we need to get those up on the shelf. We could do that over here. So I'll go ahead and get this catapult set up over here. And then we can go ahead and tell it to put it up there. And somehow I will get that over here. I did not leave myself much room to work with on this one. Yeah, so we can weasel it. Ooh, I really boxed that in there good. Okay, let's see here. You definitely bring it in around here. Yeah, so you bring it along here, and then over here. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. Ground floor under the bricks. Ground floor under the brick. Oh, I don't think I can go underneath that. Or do you mean, like, go underneath here? I mean, honestly. Actually. Oh, the fertilizer cuts through there. Okay, never mind. It's fine. What I'm just going to do is I'm going to go right over here, so the stuff we're looking to move is there. And while a bit on the wasteful side, we're just going to go whoop. Yeah, we'll figure that out when we get over there. Okay. So go here. You need to be the tall ones. All right. And there we go, all wired up and ready to go. That'll be another type of potion we are now selling. We're not making an any respectable amount, but we do technically have it. Alright, so let's go to our upgrade stuff. So, the fertilizer's doing okay. We could increase the sales. I actually don't want to really increase the sales. I'm not worried about that. Relic withdrawal bonus. That's how fast we level. We could make the production speed faster. I don't really want to do that, but there is benefits to doing so. We can make our conveyor belts faster, which I think is what we're doing. Get income? I mean, right now I'm not super worried about the income. We're doing fine. But like right now, getting the belts to be sped up should unstick a lot of these things. Because we'll just improve the throughput and everything. And then some of these ones I'll be able to take stuff like this and like start branching them off into separate areas. So that'll hopefully help. Because also we're running into situations with our planter stuff over here that some of this stuff over here is getting stuck because of how long it takes for the stuff to get out of the planter. Okay, so you're full. Alright, so I could up your yield. Now to potentially get me more of the vitality stuff. What I actually want to do is get my flax in better place. So these are all solid. Those are all solid. Let's see. You're going to look at the new stuff, and feel regret. Good chance. Alright, so let's look at the new stuff. Ah, 12 silver. That's fine. So let's see where we want to do. An automated refining device with 2 conveyor inputs and outputs for 1 conveyor belt. We have copper powder. We have a blast furnace, an advanced heating device with a larger heating area. It can automatically refill fuel through there. Okay, so that consumes heat at 4 PS. Which I assume is going to be way faster than what we've been using, which is way up here. And you consume at 1. So it's 4 times as fast as far as the consuming heat. But has a larger surface area. We've got salt for making Saturn, which is glass, brick, and salt. And then salt is... that looks... oh, weird. And I guess sand is the other material that's coming out of that, maybe? We have a refinery for automated refining device with 2 conveyors. Enhanced grinder. A more efficient grinder working twice as... done. No questions asked. Done. Give. Give now. And we will just go ahead and buy all of the first row. Like zero question. Let's go ahead and grab our silver. This is the first you've seen of this factory game. How is it? It's good. It's very good. You're looking at us being solidly in like mid to early late game, I would guess. We're definitely not in the early game by a long shot anymore. Yeah, so all those are running fine. We're just churning through all the timber and all that. That's fine. Okay, so let's look at what we need for the new grinder, which is definitely here somewhere. Okay, so that requires steel gears, and then it's 3 long, which works out. You'd say it's mid-game on the early side? Yeah, maybe. So where is my steel... so my steel production's there, which then passes it along over here to make the gears. Oh, they're buying literally all my steel gears. Alright. That's fine. Ah, we can make jewelry now. The healing potion and sand makes turquoise. Okay. Now we've got a refinery. Refinery, where are you? Okay, I'm gonna need to intervene on the steel gears, I think. Wifey.
I love you.
I love you too. I can't say what I'm not.
Thank you, Betty.
Okay, you sleep well.
Well,
No, love. I love you too. So, I love you too. I think, well, no, because you're not getting the Coke here. Alright, so I think the problem is we're actually not getting enough Coke to keep the steel going. Alright, so we need to improve our Coke production. Which the irony being, if we can get these grinders faster and all that... Oh, we're actually bottled on the grinders. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're actually bottled on the grinders now. What are you? You're steel. Well, if I can get just a couple of gears, we can do some cool things. So what I could probably do is go down here and yoink those. Yoink that. And that. And this. Kick us all back over to that. Then we can go over to you. And chuck you in there. Alright. Because if we can get the upgraded grinders, we can start putting to work. Alright. Like, money-wise, we're making tons of money. It's material-wise that we're struggling. And I understand the input materials are probably obnoxiously expensive, but that's fine. Yeah, so we can get our 5 here, we get our gears here. We put in the charcoal side. I got a new skill. Alright, we'll deal with that in a second. Alright. So I can make the belts even faster. I don't think that's necessarily what we need. We can make the fuel more efficient. That's certainly pretty good. Well, actually, if we make the fuel more efficient, that should reduce our consumption of the powdered charcoal. So that should just give me effectively 10% more of it-ish. Okay, so we got those. Alright, so now what we need to do is we can go over here. I'll grab one of these grinders. So now I could put a new fancy grinder in there. That does 10 a minute versus 5 minutes. So it's twice as fast. I've got not upgraded Coke. Complete the research on the cauldron. Achievement. Alright. It's gonna take me a minute to go through and get steel gears and all that sort of stuff. And get all that sorted out, because right now the problem is I'm not getting enough other stuff. We can go ahead and chuck you out, put you in place, chuck you up here. Alright. And we finally exhausted our money until I grab more. Let's check the mailbox, see if we got anything easy. Urgent request of... Powdered yeast? I can probably do that. 135. There's that. I need 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can exactly do that. And I suddenly have a bunch more money. Okay, we already got that all queued up. Alright, so gears are happening. We are slowly leveling up. And I did notice this does give diminishing returns. That each time you need more and more and more just to get your next skill point. And you're all doing your thing here. You're still processing these here. That's fine. The logs are all going fine. All this is going fine. The mushrooms are officially backlogging. And that's about to fill up a proper backlog. At which point, then we're going to get a lot of mushrooms going over here. You need yeast powder. And that's waiting on fruit wine. And that's not getting very far because of this. And with that, we are probably ready to do one of these. Alright, let's go over here to where we have the red currant seed over there. Yoink that, because it's not functional anymore. And plunk it in over here. And expand that production. And hopefully, with all the faster belts and all that, we'll see that run solid. And it'll be enough to... Yeah, that's basically filling up now. So it should get some bleed over here to keep that going. Can you take... Steel gear? That's going to be hell to make. Saturn there seems like a pretty straightforward one. Just clay and glass. And salt. That's right, salt. Alright. And so let's check our new materials that we need. So it looks like most of our stuff is going to be landing in the area of, like, jewelry and all that. It's interesting, the idea that we are going to use our money as a raw material. We're already using the money to feed into the system to, like, buy goods and just feed it back in. Alright. So, the rock salt is 9. You're 11. We don't have that available yet. And you are 6. Alright, so it does look like we actually have a lot of stuff that's going to cost me a decent amount of silver here and there. Alright, so we have black powder, which will be another major step in our production of heat. I'm a little scared to, you know, jump on that one unless it sounds like you just use coal. It's like, oh, okay, I guess you use coal now. You know, thereby making half of the system not moot, but, you know, doing all that. Alright, so we're about to finish all the research that we've got all collected up with all that. So you got your stuff going, you're making your clay, you're making this. Glass and brick are they're kind of just holding. Yeah, we got the extra planter going. Okay, so that's a problem. We are gonna back up on our mushroom logs here eventually. So wait a second. Oh no, wait. Well, that's interesting. So I can bypass the gloom shroom? Like I can bypass turning it into yeast and just go direct? What? Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm misreading that. Okay. So, charcoal powder, lime water. That's charcoal powder. That's still not Coke. Interesting. So, I can now choose to make black powder for 4,200p. Or... that's way better. Alright, so black powder requires lime water, which is just using quicklime in an extractor, so that's easy. Sulfur powder, we get from sulfur, and we get the sulfur from putting pyrite in an iron smelter. Wait, what are you? Ah, and then we also get a lot of iron out of it. Okay, so this is an alternative way to getting iron with the byproduct of sulfur. And then we would then use sulfur to make sulfur powder. And then we'd use the sulfur powder for an unstable catalyst, as well as... oh, man. Okay. There's an entirely different dynamic on dealing with the forging. Right, okay. So regardless, I still need the wood input to make the charcoal. Regardless. But then we would ultimately make black powder. Now one of the catches here, though, is it's 12 charcoal powder to 1 black powder. So that's about like 800p to get 4,200p. Man, that's going to be a whole setup there. Because the lime water part, that's not too bad. I'm thinking about figuring out the sulfur powder production side of things. Because what we're going to need to do is do iron production. Then take that iron, take the iron, do what we're going to do with it. And then take the sulfur, make it into the sulfur powder. But the issue is if I don't have enough sulfur powder, the whole process seizes and shuts down. But if I have too much iron, the whole process seizes and shuts down. So it is 100% like aluminum in Satisfactory, where you've got to juggle the balance there, as well as have a way to offload surplus and manage all that. So that's a whole basket. Alright, so we need to figure out what we're doing here. Right now, you are staying on the belt, and you're kind of buffering here. One thing I could do is increase my demand on advanced fertilizer. And we already know we're going to need to do that. So let's see here. We have other things we're going to need to do. That's not how I should do any of this. Alright, so we have new crops. The new crop specifically is chamois. So we can grow that, and we can grind that up into a powder. And then we can use that powder for a growth potion, or for an unstable catalyst. We also have clay powder. Clay powder's easy, you just grind it up. And then we got brine. And brine requires salt. And salt is charcoal powder, quick lime, and it spits out sand and salt. Or, if I don't want to deal with it, I could just straight up buy rock salt, shove it in there, and call it a day. It does cost 9 silver per 100 units of salt. Huh. So, okay. I think we retool then, because I need the sand to do the clay and the glass. And right now we're doing a very elaborate, like, 4-step process to get there. And now, 9 silver is not cheap. 9 silver is genuinely expensive. But, oh, actually, you know what I should also do really quick? I haven't checked in these. You want a bunch of soap to make this better. Do I have a bunch of soap? Yes, I do. I was say, but we can probably get some stuff done. I don't know what half of these are going to give me, but I'm doing it anyways. So you want healing potions. I don't have them on my shelf right now. Look, man. What are we out of that the healing potions aren't getting done? Oh, it's literally just a throughput issue. It's not even that we're short on something. It's literally I cannot produce them fast enough. They're just selling faster than I can handle. I don't want to deal with that. It's fine. We saw nothing wrong. Everything's fine. Where are we getting these jewels? Okay, so we craft it using impure copper, clay powder, and an anthenor, and it will get malachite and a crude shard. And then we get fully refined sand in a refinery to get, or we can use fully refined sand to make a crude shard. And then we grind, or we process the crude shard in a refinery to make a broken shard. And then we do it again to make a dull shard, and then we do it again to make a shattered crystal, and then we do it again to make a crude crystal, and then we do it again to make a polished crystal, and then we do it again to make an adamant, then we do it again to make a diamond, and then we go and we do it again to make a perfect diamond. Okay. Oh no. It's gonna be filter setups. Because I'm willing to bet it's Will's. Okay. I'm sitting here realizing I've got 4 or 5 different systems that are going to have feedback loops and are going to completely throw everything I've set up completely out of whack. And I'm having decision paralysis on how I even want to start. Because you can beeline for the next technology, which is the growth potion, and honestly the only one here that takes any effort is the brine. And I can kind of bypass a lot of the worst part by just buying the rock salt and being like, hey, to hell with the hard way, let's just do this the fast way. I also see that there is an opportunity using the rock salts to just speedrun getting the Saturn relics, which is worth a lot of XP, but in doing so, that is going to be destroying somebody. You are worth 100 gold. I mean, don't get me wrong, you got a lot of stuff in there. Alright. So, let's just... So the stackable crucibles, that requires the bronze bolts. Alright. Okay, you just need 50 linen, you need some steel ingots. We can probably find the linen. Because I've not been upgrading any of this. Let's upgrade as much as we can, because I'm sure it's all helpful. Perfume soap, wooden pulleys. Alright. We're honestly getting to the point of potentially want to turn these from copper coins on there to silver coins. So tell them to stack them in stacks of 1 for right now. That will put way more money on the belt, but it should help some of these things keep moving. Alright, okay. Alright. So, how do I want to even begin this? So this whole area over here I can clear out to make space. The biggest problem I have with doing that is going to have a whole lot of inventory space just filled in with the crap that it's laying on the ground here. But I think that's just the name of the game right now. Okay, so we got tons and tons and tons and tons of glass. I have a box that is making glass over here. Boom. Glass. Boom. Clay. Oh, I have a bunch of advanced fertilizer on me, and I am turned around. I'll deal with that later. Oh, that is a lot of charcoal that's just been sitting in boxes. Okay. Hey, oh, I don't have boxes to buffer. That's what you call a mistake. Right, so we can go over here to the clay, drop that in there. Pick you up. We're gonna make buffer boxes here. There we go. Boom. Have nightmares. I'm not dealing with that one. Carry on. Okay. So I've got those. We got these. We're good. Okay, cool. So that takes care of that. Continue to grab all of this junk, because apparently... Alright. Just seize the whole thing up. Because basically I need to just clear out a bunch of space, because I got things to do. Oh, did I tear up the... Okay, no, the coins are fine. Cool. Alright. So one of the things they're talking about with, the roadmap update is adding trains. And low-key at this very moment, I'm really wishing they were in the game. Because I feel like I could make this way more modular if that were the case. Okay. Oh, the inventory's getting full. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I done goofed. Okay, we just need to quickly pick all this up. Yeah, looks great. What does he have to do? So you basically are running an alchemy store. So you go and you make all your alchemy stuff and you sell it. So it's a factory automation game, but like ultimately what you're doing on the other side of all that automation is if you look over here, this is my quote-unquote store. I shelf in, the people buy it, and then, you know, they cash out on it. But it's got your whole tech tree that you work through, so you're kind of just working your way up to unlock and do all the things kind of deal. Pretty standard, like, factory automation stuff where there isn't like a very overt, you know, like there's an ending, I'm sure, but it's not like kind of one of those ones I think that you're gonna run into that I am struggling here. I don't think it's one of those ones that's going to be like you launch the rocket or whatever. Yeah, it just came out in early access. But as I mentioned a couple times on the stream, it does seem like the early access is apparently finishable in its current form. Like, I could be wrong about that, but that's the impression I've been left with. So you need pulleys, and you need healing potions. The pulleys, I've been going to this shelf. I need 120 of them, though. And they come from here. I'm looking to see if there's stacks I can consolidate. Because usually there is. It does not appear to be the case. Okay. Alright. Everything's awful. What I could probably do... is some of these shelves I'm not using... just like that, I got the mortars on my inventory. Okay, so let's go here, grab another stack of pulleys. And we're going over here to... like that. Let's see, it was an intentional choice we rolled to remove the walls and the roof and go al fresco shop vibe. Yep. Yep, it was like, you know what? All of this stuff is limiting. I would like to expand my options. When you played, you slapped more floors above built 3D like Satisfactory. Yeah, you can do wide or tall. We've been pretty much on the wide side of things. What I might try doing, I'm gonna regret this and I know it. Get all those cleaned out. And we can go over to the pulley side of things. There you go. You can yoink them from over there. Cool. Alright, is there anywhere over here I can put this stuff to use? Not really. We already shut all this down, right? Yeah. So problem is I got a ridiculous amount of sage in my inventory. And I need to put that to use either by making it into ash which is over here or elsewhere. But these are already overloaded, and so I'm kind of in a weird spot with that. There's not really a place for me to... Oh, you know what? There's a spot I can take care of this. Alright. There, done. I just need to get it out of my inventory. I was trying to find a place to drop it. You know, it could sit there for as long as it takes to process it all, but that's... Oh, all of you are just gonna be so much powdered charcoal. Okay. Check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play, does like a lot of RimWorld, all that kind of stuff, so that's your jam, you can find it over there. Yeah, so basically we're doing a giant cleanup. I had my old setup here. It's literally just been shut down because we've since, like, upgraded and all that. So I'm making room to start a new spot, like fresh. And there's gonna be pain. That's what there's gonna be. There's just gonna be straight up pain. You're still moving? Are the mushrooms? Oh no. Not like this. At least it's spread between a whole lot of boxes. And as these run out, it should alleviate it a little bit. And as I get our crops going. But I can only put out one fire at a time. So you know. Today's not that time for the other fire. I was like, please be empty. Okay. Alright, so we got a lot of plant ash. That's gonna be another one that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Right. So plant ash is over here. We can drop all you in there. That wasn't so bad. Had a good day? I am. We're just in the middle of doing a rework on the stuff going on here. That I got my new area set up. It replaced my old area. And it's just been sitting there in the meantime, so I'm now cleaning up my old area. I just realized, what happens if silver coins try and go into the thing that turns silver coins into other stuff? It's probably fine. Alright, so we have the ash is over here. And now it's not as fine because now it's all backed up. I don't have time to deal with this properly, so I'm just going to shove a random box off the side of it and say, hey, when you get low, shove ash in there. Don't worry about it, I'm sure it'll be okay. Alright. And one box wasn't enough. We're gonna add a box to our box. The good news, we're getting close to having this ripped up in completion. Because this was our fertilizer production before it got all flipped. Okay. I'm not so worried about anything past here. We do have more stuff here that's not really being used. Okay. So I got a bunch of crappy fertilizer. So I'll do the exact same thing, is I don't have time to deal with this correctly. It is resolved as far as I'm concerned. I don't have time to deal with this correctly. It is resolved as far as I'm concerned. We have a little bit of ash. Drop that off. Got a little bit of charcoal powder. Drop that off. Got a little bit of sand to drop off. Let's see here. A little bit of you to drop off. But yes, for area delete, it's much faster to use the blueprint function. Yeah, I kind of just didn't want to get everything at the same time, where I couldn't kind of handle, like, moving it around. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. So we can drop off the glass. Okay. So now I got area to work. So, now for the completely unreasonable stuff to deal with. So, I am going to approach this in the costly. We're probably feeding rock salt into the beginning of this process, because we need a lot of salt. And if we look at our salt options, I can get quicklime and charcoal to make 30% salt, 60% sand. Or I can buy rock salt for 7 silver a pop, and it gives me 50-50. Needless to say, look, I'm trying to point stuff out, game, if you could not. You do this limestone, but it's cheap but incredibly slow. Yeah, no, that's what I was going with that. Is we can use the limestone. There's a hidden recipe? Yeah, don't spoil the hidden recipe for me. We'll either find it or we won't. But right now, I'm gonna go with what we got here versus just shoving random things and random stuff. Right. So again, we can go back over here to salt and all that. So there's clay powder, which is just powderizing clay. You get that from sand and charcoal. Alright. Yeah, so here's the salt. So that gives us salt and sand. And sand we can find plenty of things to do with. Now with the salt itself, I can use that with brine, and I can use that with glass. Oh, actually, I don't need the salt as badly, do I? Because, like, don't get me wrong, Saturn gives me the XP, and that's great if I want to burn a lot of stuff. Well, actually, this is... Okay. Hang on. So, very genuinely, we could make an area for making Saturn relatively easily. Because if we look at what goes into Saturn, it ends up being... salt, clay, and glass. In other words, sand, salt, and charcoal. So, with that, that's not a very costly thing to set up. If I'm going with the route where we go with the quicklime. Because then I can go to the point that we make the charcoal powder, and we start doing that. So I could go with that route there, because then it'd be stone, we'd be bringing in stone, wood, and that would give us literally everything we need for that. It's just a matter of producing enough of it to make it worthwhile. Which is a curiosity. But what was the requirement for you? You're just going to be obnoxious amounts of fuel from the looks of it. Fully refined sand. Oh, okay. So it literally doesn't tell me the recipe, but I see there is a fully refined sand. Okay. So what do I even need to make that? I assume I'm going to be upset when I see the cost of materials to make it. I can't tell what that is. The copper bars? I can't look it up. Bronze. So bronze requires impure copper powder. And we get impure copper powder from soap and iron sand, which then gives me some good copper powder and some impure copper powder. And then the impure copper powder we make into bronze, whereas the copper powder we make into copper ingots. And the copper powder is basically only used in making copper ingots, and the copper ingots into, we can make money or copper bearings, or turn it back into copper powder. I'm assuming there's just going to be another recipe we use to have copper powder that isn't just wasting the materials. Alright, so that's another potential loop that we have to deal with, where then the soap powder has to be brought in, which sounds utterly obnoxious. And there's literally no other soap recipes, so that's good. Okay. We've got the pyrite, and the pyrite we're going to have to use to get sulfur. But that's gonna be, well, that's for making the black powder. The black powder uses lime water, which is quick lime. Alright. I wish I could draw out a tree much easier for all these. So I could see, like, what branching paths I even need to have for this. Because we got a lot, because, like, you can see quick lime powder here is used for freaking everything. So it's brine water, it's for vitality potions, it's for fertilizer, and it's for salt and sand. And that's basically going to be stone. It's just stone with extra steps. But if we can get the black powder, I feel like that's going to be a massive setup there. And then calculate back in the notepad. Yeah, well, I'm not worried about the calculations, that part as much. It's pretty much deciding, going, like, just kind of visualizing, okay, well, I'm going to need this material for XYZ, and then I get that material from XYZ base materials. And so, like, what base materials do I need to pursue each thing? Right, and you needed the refinery, and that's just steel gears. Let's just look at what we need for that. The other thing I could approach it by is just going up the little thing here and seeing what stuff goes on. It says, you want, I mean, it's just all wants growth potions. That doesn't help me. I was gonna say, that's one way to look at it, is be like, what goods next? Because I could approach it by the goods that we go for salt next. And like I said, salt boils down to I can either do rock salt, or I can approach it by burning wood and lime to get salt and all that. But the catch is, it runs for 6 seconds, and I get 1 unit. I get 1 unit for every 6 here. So I'm getting like 1 salt, like a minute. No, that's not right. I'm getting 1 salt like every 20-something seconds. No, that's not right either. Math is hard. I'm getting salt at a glacial rate. Or you can buy the rock salt, and it's going to cost you a small fortune, but you get 100. And I do think that's the answer. Because I feel like I can go from the rock salt to the Saturn relatively quick. And the big thing I'd need to introduce is I would need to introduce the charcoal. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm having decision paralysis trying to figure out how I even want to tackle my next thing. No, hey, you don't need to be here anymore. Okay. Let's start by one thing. I'm going to need to put some flooring down and all that, so I can scale stuff up. Just gonna disconnect all that for a minute. So we've got stone walls. We need clay for that. Clay is here. Sounds like, well, that's the thing. If we're talking about, so we got wood walls, we got stone walls, so that's 10 brick. So basically one uses wood and one uses stone. We'll get rid of the wood, man. There's no question about that. Okay. And then with this, all right. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to need to figure out ways to buffer this more. But it's gonna take me a hot minute to get all that sorted out. I'm doing this, as people mentioned a number of times. This is what's necessary to be able to build up, like, multi-floor. And because I was building everything on the ground earlier, it's like, well, I'm not tearing it down to deal with it. I'm definitely going to need to make a lot of changes to make this more modular. And that's just going to be a whole thing. And plus, this is getting rid of a lot of wood. And I need to get rid of a lot of wood. Okay, so we got our corner all floored there. So I gotta make decisions on how I want to do this. Alright. So I do think, as far as my priorities go, I'm kind of debating aiming for Saturn as one of the first projects. Because, like, we looked at this previously. The way my modular side of this looked to me was this whole thing here. This is the module for, not charcoal powder, coke powder. And then, you know, later on we got kind of stuff wedged in between. And then this kind of the thing is like for wood and the mushrooms and all that. Alright, so we got all you out of here. I don't even know where to begin with some of this. Because part of the issue is the throughput on the belts is not amazing. Like, it's better than the catapults, but you know, for long distance moving lots of stuff, you're not going to be able to get by with one belt for a lot of materials. You're going to end up needing multiple. And that's going to introduce a whole mess of problems. So that's all fine. That's playing catch up. Okay. So we're over here. How do I even want to begin? That's honestly the thing that's catching me the most. Is just the how do I even want to start this? If we go to our material wise, so we have Saturn. That requires salt. Salt comes from rock lime. Nice and straightforward. Really big byproduct of sand. And we take that really big byproduct of sand and I can turn that into gold and I can turn that into clay. Or not gold. I can turn that into clay. Oh, wait. Oh, I just refine it. Okay, so it just tells me I make refined sand with it. It says if you keep refining it, it might change. Yeah, so they don't actually show you what refined sand does, but they do show you the recipes. Right, I need the steel gears, which I'm pretty sure we're just selling, so I'm not getting a backlog of any of them. Because I need to increase my steel production, which I assume is still just stalling out. Oh, it was literally making some right there. Because of the coke powder. Because this is basically running almost entirely on firewood for the most part now. It's just going back and forth between the coke and the firewood. But this is kind of in a series with the glass and the clay. Let's just get in the scraps. Let's do what we did before. We'll pop over here. Give. Give. Give, give. Give. Give, give. Check to see if any of them immediately put some more coke powder in there. Okay. Alright. And for a moment, let's go over to the steel gear production. Actually, we'll disconnect it there. So I basically disconnected where our steel gears are produced, so they just keep feeding. So let's try and get some steel gears so that we can get our better refinery thing. And see what we can do with that, because so we have the sand, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, so fully refined sand, if we refine it again, becomes crude shard. And crude shard, if we refine it again, so it seems like this is just one of those ones that you just basically keep on running the material through it again and again and again until it gets to like the really nice thing. So it's just a very heavy cost on fuel to get it from start to finish. And as far as goods go, interestingly enough, diamond is a sellable good for 100 silver. Perfect diamond cannot be sold, but it can be put into making a sapphire, which then can be sold, which is weird. And then yeah, so literally, okay, and it has a chance of becoming malachite or crude shards. No, refined sand saying it doesn't have a chance. Like, it'll just become that. It's if you do clay powder and that, you can get one or the other. And malachite, you don't use for anything right now. Alright. Let's see how our gears are doing. We got 8. Okay, so weirdly it sounds like we could just take sand, give it a little thing. He's not using my cost power coins, but the cognitive overload was more manageable. Yeah. So it sounds like what we would do... Oh, come on. I understand, you're giving me lots of money. It's fine. So... Oh, let's go check... Because part of this is if I get like a bulk order or something like that I can figure out easy. I'll just do that instead. Random request. Vitality and growth. Literally, they're like, you're making a growth potion. Everything we ask for is going to include a growth potion. You're not getting out of it. Okay. So, we got a couple different things here. We've got the refinery. So it's actually relatively small, and interestingly enough, it doesn't look like it needs a... I was expecting this to need a heat source. Okay. This is interesting. Because what I could potentially do is just have the machine feed back in on itself until it hits the certain quality, and then it, you know, separates out. And I don't give a crap how the rest of it works. Or I can, like, literally just put a series of them and just have it upscale. Alright. So, before I give myself a real bad day, let's go here. That is going to be making salt. And sand. So let's go grab our filter splitter. And go, you are going to separate out the salt. And take it over there. Actually, take the salt straight forward. And you're going to put that in a box. I'm going to skip one. I have no idea if I'm going to want to scale this up or anything. Okay. So let us go buy some chunks of salt rock. There we go. To save you future headache, the different levels of refinement of sand must, between basic and refined sand, are not shown in the UI, but they don't mix. Careful not to loop back the refinement portal clock. I see. Okay. In other words, what I'll probably end up doing is we'll have refinery 1, once you're done, refinery 2, once you're done, refinery 3. There's probably ratios to all that. So there's the salt, and there's the sand. Okay. So let's go and grab the refineries. I'm so surprised it doesn't have some extra cost. There's gonna be so many steps in this. I keep losing where this thing is. And part of the reason I'm doing this one first is it just feels like one that'll be nice and simple. Huh. You became refined sand. And you became refined sand again. Alright, 1 second. Hold up. I think I know what's going on here. And I kind of appreciate it. And also, why you be trolling. Alright. So. You're gonna feed in from this side. And that's taking regular sand and making it refined sand. Alright, so we're on board. Regular sand, refined sand. That's fine. Take the refined sand. Hey, Nethercloud, how's it going? I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. My brain's melting. Because I unlocked everything at once. And that, my friend, is what we call a mistake. Okay, so it's just telling me refined sand or refined sand. So what I want to do here, and check out Nethercloud playing some Star Rupture. So if you're looking for a game like Star Rupture, you can find it over there. So now I'm going to do is I'm going to take the refined sand, I'm going to filter that. Wherever the crap that is in here. Where are you, refined sand? Don't tell me... Come on. I need to be able to filter by this. Really? Is it actually not filterable? Don't do that. Am I just overlooking this like again and again? So we got all these, and the refined sand comes from before this. Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to tell it, hey, if it's refined sand, loop it on back. Hey, if it's not refined sand... Alright, so let's change this to the crude shard. So crude shard moves forward. And I have no idea if this is how it works. Don't spoil it if it's not. Like, let me I said if it's crude shard. I'm so confused, but alright. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Okay, so refined sand gets looped back in the machine. Oh, this shouldn't be the way I'm doing it. I should loop it back into this box. I wonder if I'm just losing a lot of sand along the way. Alright. We're learning more information. And that more information is, I think, despite the fact that it says refined sand, it isn't the same refined sand. I think it is going through processes where it's going up in tiers, but it's unlabeled. So it's not a random thing. Yeah, when it wouldn't put them in the same one, it's like, wait a second. So now the problem is, I don't know which refined sand is the more refined sand or the less refined sand or anything like that. So that's a little bit of a nightmare issue. Honestly, let's also, you know what we probably need to do? 1 second, because these run at the same rough speed. Let's keep it to not having all of that junk in the middle. Oh, but I am going to need the... Okay, one second. I'm going to need kind of a buffer in here of some kind. And that's so I could put in, try and put the stuff into process. Gonna have to get more gears. Okay, so that's the first round of refined sand. So this refined sand, that's the first round. 3 seconds. Okay, you stack, so that's the next round. Alright, let's go get more gears. Okay, so basically there's very little upfront cost to this beyond the salt thing. And then you just keep refining it again and again, but there's no heat involved. That's kind of the big aspect I'm looking at with this one. Is it's literally just you run the next process, you run the next process, and it just keeps going until you ultimately get to the other side. Cool. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so refining it more. This is weird. Alright, so you are doing your thing. We're not running into much of a overflow on this part right now, so that's good news. I don't really care about the mushrooms building up. They're kind of sorting themselves out over time. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Okay, slowly getting the mushroom thing back under control. Okay. Alright. So got all that going. I need more charcoal. Let me guess you flip back over to charcoal. Or coke. And go back over to our steel. That's not our steel. Alright. Going good. Starting 2026 as I mean to go on. You just deleted your inbox in Gmail to start fresh. Only 9,000 emails, of which 6,000 were unread. Oh no. No, I cannot do that. I would be so stressed. That said, like, I definitely am someone who goes to the email periodically. It's like, alright, it's time for a purge. And it's just you run down, it's just each email gets a glance, you take one look, it's like, good, bad, gone, good, bad, gone. But I also take the time to put, like, rules in my email and all that stuff where, you know, if you use certain words, it's gone. Not like, oh, you said a naughty, but like, you know, certain domain, it's gone. If I don't recognize, it's gone, like a whole bunch of stuff like that. I'm having a good day, thank you for asking. Bear with me, chat. I'm really thirsty, and I'm out of drink, so I'm gonna go grab a drink, and I'll be right back. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. So I'll see you in just a couple minutes. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me. And they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. I'm thinking honestly of that engine all the way back there. I'm more pushing the jet along than lifting. Come on, just a little up, just a little up. Yeah, that's the problem. We've got two. I'm basically okay. Revert to space hangar. All right, so let's see. So the weight is a bit farther back than we wanted, I think. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Disarm it by doing that. All right. You're not better than anything I have. No, okay, wait, what? Well, not entirely sure what happened, but you know, okay. Yep, really, wait, can I? Nah, I probably went too far. There we go. That was supposedly the magic spot that was holding the whole thing up. Alright. So let's get cleaning. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner?
All right, and we are back.
Oh, it was just there's a lot of old clips that are stuff like, you know, trees are the enemy and like all that kind of stuff. Just memes from Project Zomboid. But again, we covered it's the plural that's the problem. One tree is fine. You just gotta watch when trees are in groups. You gotta watch for it. It gets real dodgy real fast. All right. So we spent more than we made. The clip that played was about a single tree. Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Oh, right. I was waiting on more gears. Because we're apparently just going to keep refining sand more and more and more until it's not sand. Right, the gears are here. Okay. It's more refined than previously. I'm not sure how many runs we do through this.
This is such a meme.
Because even once I get that far, I'm going to have more to do with it. Right. Didn't I give you a ridiculous number of pulleys? What are you waiting on now? Is it the gears, really? I guess it is the gears. I do not use Seribot. I'm not against Seribot or anything, but, usually I don't like to give bots the level of control that Seribot requires to do its thing. It's real easy for yourself to get yourself an accent. Oh, right! One of the other things we were waiting on was, and the fun part about it is each step is, like, 2 to 1, so you want to max it out. Yeah, no, I was figuring that was probably going to be the case, is that each time you refine it, it reduces the volume at least a bit. And so it's just going to go through here one by one by one. Meanwhile, we're getting lots of salt. And then for the... I'm hitting the shortcut key from Vintage Story to do stuff. And it doesn't work, in case anyone's wondering. Right, so then we can get the salt. That's the thing. I'm tinkering with this. I should be taking all that sand and making glass and clay from it, and then making Saturns, or with Jupiters, or whatever. I think it's Saturns. Yeah, so I need to get a bunch of these grinders to be faster. So we can upgrade those, and that's another thing I need steel gears for. Because we get those, that'll improve the throughput here. If we improve the throughput here, that'll improve the throughput here, which will then bring more around, which get us more steel. And, you know, that becomes a whole thing. Okay. That's fair. There's a huge issue with follow bots a couple years back. 30k follows in the space of 3 months. So that and Commander Root were lifesavers until Twitch made a change to verification. Yeah, no, I've been follow botted before in the past. For me, I just kind of ignored it. Yeah, it screws up the follow numbers, but what ultimately ends up happening is later on, Twitch will, you know, when they ban those bot accounts, it'll take back those followers. So it doesn't really hurt you. It can be really annoying because, like, we would be getting close to a milestone, and then you get follow botted by a ridiculous amount, and they're like, okay, well, you know, once the follow bot goes back away, you've already passed the milestone correctly. And you're like, well, I don't know when we actually hit the milestone, but, you know, whatever. But yeah, no, I don't ever want to give a bot the ability to, like, get rid of followers and all that who are follow botting or whatever, just because there's always the chance that some coding thing could go wrong and it deletes all of your followers, like just all of them, and then that's it. You're typically mindful of what you grant answers. Do you know Steam avatars, thing that puts little avatars in the bottom of the screens? It demands some really dodgy permissions. Like, if you accepted it, it would be able, it'd be able to action stuff streams you mod for. Ah, you're all, yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of those, I won't touch them. They added a raiders command now, so if you use it to end your stream, it will shout out everyone who raided in one command. Ah. I mean, I see the cool part about it, but also I feel like that would get very spammy and also very abusable. Abusable in the person who just shouts out to, like, make you, like, during your stream be like, what? And still refined sand. Okay, let's not put it all there. Let's start splitting the difference so I don't just keep doubling and tripling and quadrupling down. Alright, so where are we slow in the process? Okay, so these two boxes in the middle, yeah, you are not getting enough charcoal powder. So let's go here, because you feed into that one, and you're getting the upgrade. Because that'll speed up the rate you can process. Because this thing, I think, was twice as fast? No, 3 times as fast, right? No, twice as fast. Yeah, because we'll start working on trying to improve the throughput on all these. Because we improve the throughput, then that ultimately will, that'll ultimately help out with the whole thing. Okay, so you're fine here. What I'm trying to do there we go. So improve the throughput there a little bit. So you feed into this box. So that box is full. That box is full. That box is full. That box is full. Okay, so this box is not full. So let's go here. Chuck another one of these down. All right. Twitch 24's end of year review from Twitch was an interesting read. Yeah, I'd have to, it was being followed by it every day for nearly 3 months straight. Really disruptive. Siri helped tons because chat just didn't see them. Yeah, no, there's definitely things you can do, like, with that kind of stuff when you're getting, like, the big bot raid kind of things where you're like, oh, these aren't actual people, like, this is just someone blowing up my stuff to be a troll. And so, like, there's definitely stuff for that. You can do that with most bots, not even Sari bot. Like, you can have it where if a certain number of follows all trigger in a short period of time, it just assumes it's someone trolling around. Alright. So I balanced that out a little bit. We still could use more grinders on this. Well, I mean, so that'll overflow. So this side's fine. So basically we need to keep fixing the throughput here. Yes, so that one's backing up. Those ones are backing up. This one's not quite able to get there.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, no, and these days, like, you just have to have verification. And I know people, like, get on the subreddits, like, it required me to verify information. It's like, look, man, I understand, like, not wanting to put in your, your driver's license or something like that for, like, the age verification crap going on right now. But also, like, we're dealing with some real nasty bot nonsense. It is what it is, man. Don't get mad at people for trying to make the experience a little less awful for a bunch of people. It sucks. But, put the blame where the blame goes of the people who do all these, like, follow botting garbage and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it could be worse. You could do the age verification. Oh, don't worry, we're working on it. We don't have it yet, but we do have age verification for certain websites in Florida. Mostly right now it's restricted to like adult websites. But there's definitely some stuff that's starting to land in kind of that middle area there, where it's like, okay, is it an adult website? Not really. Valerian break? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, usually when it comes to follows, I do anonymous follows. So I won't call it a name unless someone says something in chat. Not because whatever. It's, you know, some people want to like not have their name called out. I started doing that when I noticed there's a lot of people who try and wait till after stream to follow. Because they just didn't want their names called out. Because they used to have the thing where it showed up the name and everything on screen. You need a bit more oil first before you can afford to completely censor everyone. Yeah, your issue is that it wants your phone number, which is tied to a Dift account that you can't get access to. Oh, I see. So you have like a separate account that you put your phone number in, kind of thing, or has your number in it for whatever reason. And you can't like dissociate. You might be able to go and get with support and fix that nowadays. I know they used to not have things, but usually if you plead the case and be like, hey, here's the deal, like, my number's associated with an account that's not mine, and they might ask you to, like, verify your phone number in some manner or another. Sometimes. Support with Twitch can be very hit and miss, unfortunately. Yeah, we can't even see Imgur. Yup. Yeah, our situation's nowhere near that bad. Oh, I need to not be grabbing more from that. I got too greedy on the stuff I was pulling. Okay, so that's all backed up. So let's go and expand on you. No, that's just it. It is your account, but you can't access it because you don't know which email you use, and it won't tell you. Gotcha. And understandably, they won't tell you either because it's one of those things that very, very easily someone could be trying to pull a fast one. Okay, so we got a bunch of that sped up. And those all look like they're going solid right now. That's gonna be the hard one, is with these coming around. I don't have room to upgrade these easily. Alright. We'll try and get some more steel. Cool. Alright, so we got all that processing. I need more steel gears. Because I want to continue doing our little thing where we keep refining the sand again and again and again and again to see where we can get it. Which is going to be really painfully slowly. Because, there, like, it made a comment in the thing, is like, if you keep refining it, maybe something will happen. And so we're doing that. But I really feel like I'm just wasting a bunch of money on it. Or a bunch of time on it. because it is just straight up deleting copious amounts of sand, and I actually kind of want sand. But now I'm invested. I've flown too close to the sun, I have to see it through. Like, if I don't continue the process with the money I've invested already, I'm just gonna lose money. Has anyone ever redeemed to declare victory? Oh yeah, we got like 8 or 9 of them at this point. We've got a pretty good number of people who've declared victory by now. Oh, that's the clay that's getting low. All right. Okay, cool. So the steel production's turned back online. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to, like, get the steel to be a bit faster. Or, yeah, to get the coke to be faster. It is probably one of those things that where we talked about eventually needing to switch over to coal. It probably is at that stage that really I probably should. But we needed all the mushrooms before to do the fertilizer. Yeah, we're spending more than we're getting because I keep buying the rock salt and it's not becoming money. Meanwhile, how are you doing, by the way? You're still waiting on gears. Okay, get those both running solid, speed it up. Alright, let's do another round of refining. Hey, crude shard. That actually looks like something that is not utter garbage. Yeah, I run a very transparent business. Exactly. So what is this work up to, by the way? With everything we're shoving into this thing. So we get up to diamond, which is worth 100 silver. But, it takes 2 adamant, 2 polished, 2 crude, 2 shattered, 2 dull, 2 broken, which takes 2 crude. Dear goodness, what am I doing? There's a little bit getting up there. That is so many layers that this thing has to go. Alright, so it's a broken shard. There's zero way that this is profitable to put these in here for the 100 sand or whatever it is. For the 100 sand, and then just pass it up the line at getting like half and 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 half. I can't imagine, because it's 9 silver for 100. So you'd have to do the math on how many times you half that amount before you just don't. Yeah, so it's 2 sand, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. I mean, it's probably profitable, actually. It's not going to be great, but we will have all that salt to throw around. Like I said, the more correct thing I should have done with that, and the only reason I'm still sticking to this is I want to see it through now. Okay, so you're catching up on that. Are you not running solid now? You probably need more of these over here. Just anything to speed this process up. Because the more I speed that up, the more we get through the other side, the faster we get the gears. The faster we get the gears, the faster I can continue to upgrade everything. So these belts look relatively empty, and that one's full there. Alright. Hey, alright, Nethercloud. You sleep well and all. Thank you again for the raid. Just figuring this all out. Yeah, you're getting like nothing through here. Oh, you're just processing it fast enough now that they're not backlogging on you at all. Alright, we are seeing that. Let's see, 1,000 silver per end result. Is that right? 2 to the 14th, 100 sand per rock at... Well, it's 9 silver. So 1,000 silver per each end result? That would be tragic. We would need... Where's the sand? Where's my sand? Here we go. Yeah, so it's about 100... Yeah, 100 salt and sand. I could definitely see doing that if you just had a surplus of sand, which I don't think you would. Yeah, so it looks like the steel's producing fast enough now that I don't need to babysit the other stuff. I mean, it honestly feels like even with the rock salt, this is a slow process. Because the other issue I have now is now I've begun the process. If I take it down, I got a bunch of these random not stacking sands everywhere that I've invested a lot of money into. Well, in the meantime, what can I do with this sand to be productive? I keep doing that. Or salt. So salt, right. I can use it for glass and brick. Or I can use it glass and brick to make Saturns. And I could use that for a bunch of XP or for money. And to clarify, the Saturn is 600 salt and then about 1200 sand plus some charcoal. Whereas going through this whole thing for the diamond is 100 silver. So you're just doing your thing. Okay. Alright. So that's moving it up to a dull shard. So let's see. It's so many stages. Why is it so many stages? This is satisfactory for ants? No, this is stone polishing simulator, where we polish stones very, very slowly. Where we take literal sand and we just keep polishing it until it's a diamond at a loss of money because we don't make good decisions with our life. Yeah, no, it's a fun game. It's very satisfactory-esque. The big difference being, instead of you just make stuff to fulfill, like, objectives, I have, like, this whole store here, so you see, like, the people come in, they'll go buy some random junk off my shelves, and then we restock them and all that. You know, then we get our money, and it goes and gets shoved on the conveyor belt. We use our money to, like, literally buy stuff. That we use these like little portals that they teleport stuff in and out. Oh, I forgot you've been collecting silver this whole time. There we go, just a casual 132 silver. Yeah, that's actually one of the things I'm curious about, is once you have like lots of knowledge about the game. It's a very open air concept. Yeah, so you normally have a building at the beginning, but then you can get equipment to customize it. And just for making it easier for myself, I just ripped down the building. Okay, so let's figure out as far as we got the process. So that's going to give me a dull shard, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more after that. So that's dull. So the next one will give me shattered, which will then give me crude, which will then give me polished, which will then give me adamant. So let's double check that. So you have broken, dull, shattered. Yeah, shattered. Let's double check. So you're dull, shattered, crude, Polished. Nubby adamant, so I believe I need just one more. And then eventually that'll give me a diamond. From sand. Hey, can I like go in the backyard and just dig up the sand instead? Because I feel like the numbers don't work out here. Alright, so with all that memeing aside, we need to actually do something with the salt. So I can turn the salt into brine, which is literally just using an extractor. And then I need clay powder and the other powder to make the thing. Okay, that actually wouldn't be too terrible. So we'd have to get clay. I do have clay. But if I brought clay over here and I grind it into a powder, and I combine that with like this to make brine, all that, I could make growth potions over here. Just like straight up just import the clay. Because we're making the clay here. And that's slowly being made into clay brick, which is getting pretty close to filling up. You can also do the thing that gets me more XP over there using the salt. Which might even be what I do because I don't want to deal with this. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because otherwise we're advancing the tech. So we already have these right here. I very genuinely... Oh, this'll work alright. So what we can do is grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you. Filter splitter. Priority splitter. Okay. So what we can do here... Yep. Alright, now I just need to get the salt over here. And this will be incredibly wasteful on all of my money. Just as it was meant to be. I'm just gonna follow it over the path of coins all the way over there. Because that is convenient. Is it going to be a waste of a bajillion nails? You betcha. Am I doing it anyways? You betcha. Okay, and we'll need some more nails. All right, because that'll get us the other relic, which we can use for XP. It is going to be murdering me financially, straight up wrecking us financially, but we'll level. And with that, we can probably reduce some of our costs. So it's going to be kind of trading cash for progress. Which is not what I need right now, because we are slowly hemorrhaging money. Oh, no, I know we're not. I forgot. We have the contract that's actually making me good money. Okay, so where the heck was this again? There you are. Okay, so I can drop you down now. To avoid spending all those nails. There you are. Okay. Then grab you here. Okay. And now I disconnect the last little bit of this here. And now all that salt's being sent around the entire everything to make me XP, to be fed into the knowledge altar, knowing it's just gonna be basically deleting cache. Just straight up deleting cache. And if you think, well, that's probably a terrible idea, I should definitely not scale that. And you'd be right. But I am going to plug this directly into that and disregard any of my basic safety. Okay, so good news, it's only going to keep that stocked up, so we won't have like a big buffer or anything going on, thankfully. And how are you doing? How far along are we? No, 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 no. We're working our way to dull. Because each one of these requires 2. So I pass that through, which passes 1 over here, which runs that, which passes 1 over here, which runs that, which passes 1 over here, which runs that and passes 1 over here. Pass that. Yeah, it's just glitching graphics. And with the next one, we get a shattered crystal. So after we send 1 more set of sand, it'll start jumping all the way over there. It's just a whole thing. Okay, but let's see how this works so far as getting our next relic going, which should give me 75 XP as opposed to like the 10, which means I should gain a whole level and potentially the better part of a level after that. Ooh, wait a second. So you get... Where's your timber? Did I break your timber line? Probably did. I did break your timber line. So you're not getting any wood at all. Oh, all these shut down. I didn't break your timber line. I mean, I did, but it wasn't wasn't an accident. So we gotta get that sorted, because that's going to be wood being a problem here in a minute. Not sure I want to deal with this, though. Because I know we're going to need more mushrooms. Because we're going to be expanding our use of the advanced fertilizer. And eventually that's going to be a problem. But also, I am observing more and more that we definitely have a surplus of mushrooms. Yeah, and I definitely need more wood over here. For right now, to try and just deal with this without escalating this problem more, I'm gonna have one portal that's just the regular wood. Okay. So it should sort itself out on its own. Yes, every few cycles, you'll see it go one farther, and it'll kind of reset. So yeah, so it's now got one in there. So you'll end up having this, or it'll start over and it'll work its way up, and then it'll go one farther. It's like counting in binary. Okay, here's where we can put some steel to use. I can go and get this set up to increase our stand throughput. I'm doing good. Just working on getting all this stuff set up. So let's go to each one of these. We'll start this way. So that way each one of the not grinders, each one of the stone cutters, whatever, has one of these hooked up. Is lumber better than coal per cost? I believe so, because the lumber's relatively cheap. You'd have to sit down and do the math, but my assumption is it would be better. That you're basically trading efficiency of time for efficiency of cost. Would be my guess. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be real upset with all the time I put into this setup. Okay, so that should speed up the production of sand quite a bit. With the hope that we can get ahead on the sand. And keep the glass and the clay brick happening. Ooh, you're almost done. I assume I will get an achievement at that point for finishing it. I mean, Twitch today, almost 300. Pretty normal these days. Oh, I got excited thinking that was one of the later ones. Alright, still working our way up to getting the next shard. Alright. So we're officially at the point with that we are grinding up the stone as fast as it's coming out of there. You'll notice there's no backlog there, so at least we've upped the production of sand for the purposes of brick and all that. It doesn't look like it's enough to keep that from backlogging at all, but that's okay. You're waiting on salt now. Yeah, the salt's going way around here, way around there. Gotcha. So each 6 salt is 1%. And I could sell this thing for 150 silver. A lot better than YouTube. Yeah, no, generally speaking, live streams on YouTube don't tend to do very well. Like, not even just for me, like, you kind of have to have a really, really, really big audience on not streamed content on YouTube for your live streams to have any stuff. Because unfortunately, like, YouTube really kind of doesn't put much effort into any of the stuff related to the live stream. Not the creators, but YouTube itself. So really, it really is the, like, second-tier service kind of thing. When it comes to that, like recorded video, YouTube is king. And picking up more of the stuff we're not using anymore. I'm actually pretty surprised that this has still got material in it. Okay, and you're doing your best to produce solid stuff. Alright, so let's check over here. You're 94%. You're getting there. You're still working on that. Yeah, it takes a decent amount of silver going by to get that to kick over again. Okay. So those are all doing well and good. Is the wood line hooked up to the coins? Yes, I put it directly up against the coins, so it should be fine. 96%. Got a couple more gears in here. Yeah, so you're all running smoothly now. None of you are getting ground up here. There's no backlog on here, so there's no point in me putting the grinder over there. Yeah, it's already fully upgraded to the better grinders. Those are backed up, so it doesn't matter one way or the other. 97. Yeah, so we got the Saturn relic is getting really close to done. It's also interesting that you can make a perfect diamond. For those who didn't see, we can actually make a diamond into a perfect diamond. But for whatever reason, you can't sell a perfect diamond. It has no value. You have to use it like crafting. Growth required nutrient for a world tree core. Excuse me? And all of that to make a sapphire. But you require 3 million V of nutrients. Excuse me? That does not seem reasonable. All right. Okay, so 6 more salt, and that'll be our first, what is that, Saturn? That'll be our first Saturn, which is worth 71 XP. Then we check on this. I get more level at 38 XP, and we're at 23. So this will potentially level me twice. It might not fully level me twice, but it's pretty close to leveling me twice. And I could grab it and immediately turn around and sell it for 150 silver, but honestly, I'd rather just get the XP. And we got an achievement for making a Saturn, so it's 100% Saturn. And this thing's just moving along at a glacial pace. And we'll check on those logs, because I'm surprised we haven't seen any heading this way. Maybe I didn't get it hooked up. I think it might just be the coins. Alright. And so with that, we are going to be getting, 71 XP out of that, so it'll take a couple of cycles to get all that. Oh no, you're right, I did not hook it up. Good catch. My brain went with this conveyor here. And we're starting to get silver coins covering that line, which is good. I got a skill point. Alright, so we can go to our skill points. Okay, so we can make our fuel more efficient. That's one option. We can make the fertilizer more efficient. I really don't need that right now. We can make the contracts better and all that. We can make our relic knowledge better. So that's basically how fast we level. That's the... You get your relics and you go fully into that tree if you're going to do it to reduce the number. This would mean we make more potions and all that from that. Emblemic and Extractor have their things boot. What was the emblemic? That's the extractor. Maybe I don't have it yet. Yes, it only boosts the extractor for me right now, so that's not very useful. The throwing speed, I don't need it. You don't have it researched yet? Well, no, but yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is the emblemic, we don't have it. So this will literally just make my extractors... Well, its output is increased. Hang on, its output is increased. So it does mean I'm getting, for the input ingredient, I get 6% more output, is the way I'm reading that. We also have customer management. We get extra quest rewards, don't care about that. Purchase contract amount bonus. We get fertilizer, we can get more sales. Honestly, I'm still leaning towards stuff like fuel efficiency. Well, let's do the fuel efficiency. Because again, with the fuel efficiency, that means I get that much more of the charcoal or the coke powder to survive, to get around the whole thing, to produce the steel, to do all the other things. So that would be good to get that system more ready. And you can actually reset those for money, and it wouldn't be even cost that much. It'd probably cost me a couple silver. How are we doing? We moved on to the next one yet? Nope, we are still at Shattered. It's just doing its thing. And obviously I can put more and more and more of these on here to make it go faster. Oh yeah, no, getting the belts faster and faster is always a plus. Because belts are one of your big bottlenecks. You got all these silver coins laying everywhere now that we're just running through our cash register. I'm still shocked that these still have material here. I have so much material that's just buffered. Okay, let's go in and start trying to fix this stuff. That's what I want to work on now. So the lumber is starting to get over here, so that's good news. So that'll get this thing back online. And we almost got a second level out of that. You're full. You are producing flasks. The flasks are backlogged. We love to see it. Let's check real fast if you have anything we care about. Nope. Alright. So. Am I turning a profit? Because that's the big question. No, not this month. Or day, or whatever. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to snooze these ads so we don't get hit with them. So just bear with me for a minute there. But, yeah, so what we're going to want to do here is try and take some of these goods that you can see these conveyor belts are empty and start trying to fix them, because those are goods we don't have the shelf. So we're missing linen, bandages, and steel gears. Now, linens and bandages are both here, because there's the linen going in for the bandages. Let's also check the flasks, so healing flasks as well. Which that's going to be because of bandage, or the... Yes, the healing flasks is probably what's happening with the bandages. Because we do have that whole thing going there. So what would I need to do to make the linen better? We do actually have plenty of fabric back here. What I don't have is enough of these processing. I didn't give myself a lot of room to work here, because that would be making good choices to give myself more room, and I don't like to do that. So let's go ahead and do this. And set you to string. So that's all string to feed in there for the linen. So that'll improve the throughput on all that. So hopefully all those keep running solid. You are fully backlogged. Okay, these two are fully backlogged. So this is the one making the medicine, and its actual bottleneck is literally go vertical. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're probably going to have to do, but I didn't really give myself space to make that happen easily. I'm also not sure for going over top of these the best way to make that happen either. Like over here you can see I stacked this and that's fine. But some of these machines that aren't square, your ability to really work around them is kind of limited. So we do have a path over here. I could take the stuff out there. We could definitely split this off. Points in factory efficiency are really good. Yeah, that could even be what my next point goes into, and honestly, it's probably not a bad idea, and we're pretty close to getting that next point. Yeah, you're working on this. You're at 12%, and you're also hanging at around 10%. Because when we get that, I can probably boost that, and that'll be, what is it, 6-10% or whatever to everything so far as its production speed. Because yes, this is the bandages. But the thing I need is the healing medicine. I need to up that. And I got this all cramped together. Because what I'm thinking I might be able to do is get these two materials. There's a room there to just grab that one, so that's easy. I could do a priority splitter to bring that up, lift that up and over, and build it here, and then bring it back over that side. It'll be messy. It'll be some spaghetti. We can go over here. All right. Okay. And then we can go over to you. And medicine. Alright, so we got the medicine over here. Alright, so what we're going to probably want to do here is kind of the exact same thing on this side. The fact that I'm having to use these in such confined spaces because of what I'm doing is utterly cursed. Okay. And with that, we have added to that. Is the drug factory coming along? It's getting a little cramped. It's getting just a little cramped back here. So that should get a second one of these going, so that should help out a bit. To help getting more of the green medicine out there and all that. Take a little bit more of that silver that's laying there. You're at 13%. You're at 18%. So those are going to kind of go at the same rough speed. How are we doing on making our diamonds? We're still at shattered. Rowan keeping note. Yeah, so with the silver coins going around, they do slowly get this thing caught up. We're gonna have to make more money. Because we are slowly trying to make it so we can make diamonds, and like I said, the diamond thing's a meme. We're losing money on the diamond thing, I'm pretty sure. but it's whatever. I've already set it up, and we're taking all the salt all the way over here to, you know, trading what should be making me money for XP. I do think people are probably correct that we'll probably do the processing thing next. That makes the buildings work a little faster. So that way these really cramped places that I can't really easily fit more in here, I can just upgrade it and the whole thing will pick up a little bit of speed. Alright, so we're getting those 2 types of potions. We're getting the linen back in stock. Not getting the bandages. Where's my thread as well? Oh, I think we still have the rope over here. It still amazes me that we still have all this junk over here. I stopped producing this side of the factory like ages ago, and it's still backlogged on all of that. And yet this stuff just doesn't go away. It's not like people aren't buying. Literally, that guy just bought a bunch of linen rope. Ha! Ha ha! Oh, urgent request for Saturns. I wish. Let's see, the salt grinder takes 30 seconds. It'll be almost an hour and a half before we see a diamond. Yep, probably. But we wrap up relatively soon. And I haven't decided if tomorrow I'm playing more of this. I did say I wanted to get a Coral Island run going at some point. In like the next week or so, and I'm having to itch to get that done. Okay, so it looks like you need a little bit more wood going through here. So let's go ahead and expand it a little bit farther. Honestly, that's fine. Because now I'm going to be pushing the limits of this kind of stuff. Okay. So keep all that going. You didn't find there? Is the last zomboid character still alive? Where we buy the surplus? Yeah, they're still alive. I just, this is a game I've been kind of looking at. I'd requested a key, and I didn't actually get the key from the devs. I had mentioned requesting the key, and then someone just gifted me the game. They're like, you're gonna enjoy it, here's the game. So, that's pretty awesome. Alright. Yeah, no, we didn't die. Yeah, so I'm running up and just buying it. And then we get like a couple silver here and there that get sent around on the various spots. Pretty sure those are just... Well, I mean, that's burning material because it's actually making nails and all that. That's gonna be kind of the weird thing here is like... Just because, you know, like Factorio, I could sit there and be like, alright, this is what I'm gonna be putting over here because I just know the production lines so much. Versus this one, you can see things are getting more and more cursed as I'm having to like figure things out and just wedge things in where I can wedge them in. Because like stepping back to completely restructure the whole place ain't happening. All right, so we got some of the woods going over there. That's good. We're getting all that sorted out. That's lovely. You've got all that. That's doing just fine. There's no point in having the grinders. Oh, you are actually starting to fall behind. Okay. I mean, we're still, like, way beyond totally fine on the fertilizer front. I guess the only ones falling behind are these two, because they're the ones who outsource over here. But the outsourced ones over here for this are falling behind. Which is interesting, because you'd think with this falling so far behind that, oh, I guess they are kicking over. Just not as frequent as I'd want. Yeah, and then this is just gobbling up as fast as we can. Okay, well, that's fine. That's a little alarming that I'm not seeing more there. What's happening over here? Why is my charcoal suddenly in dire straits? What? Why are you not? I see. So one piece of, like, not ground up charcoal at some point got up there, and it locked the whole thing up. Versus now that's, like, fully filled and stuck. Okay. I understand. In the meantime, grab a bunch of this that's all stockpiling. We'll drop 4 stacks in you. And 4 stacks in you. Grab those. Okay. Yeah, so these ones got stuck because there was one piece of regular charcoal at the top, and it's like, why is it not running, yet it's not moving? Okay, so that should help, because that means there's 2 of them that are only running at, like, half capacity, which certainly doesn't help with any of this. And this is concerning over here, because now those aren't being over... Oh, it's because these ones are starting to shut down because the mushrooms are so backed up, which we are in progress of fixing by fixing the efficiency of a lot of these things. So, like, this runs more, which is going. Grander's Proud Satisfactory. So, in your design, you set up priority splitters that only let in material you wanted and sort everything else. Yeah, no, I could definitely do that. And just have, like, the garbage line that's, like, just a box. You just chuck all of it in and be like, alright, this is what we clean up. Yeah, so that should sort itself out over time. Yeah, because this is a higher output than we had before. And we increased the fuel efficiency or whatever. And the good news is this still has, like, on the end here, it still has, like, 20 all the way down there. And the ones in the middle here all are around 12 knots, so that's fine. So nothing's going to be shutting off anytime soon. In this game, the bottleneck early game is belt speed, so shared belts aren't usually desired. Right. But the point was more along, just in case you goof and something gets contaminated, basically having an escape belt. I don't think I would take the time to do that myself. You know, other than, like, when you're playing, for example, Factorio, and you get to, I can't remember the Zappy planet, but where everything's a sushi belt. You just have to live with the fact that existence is sushi belt. And try and get all the filters. Like sleep is a pain in the butt? Yeah. Alright. There's a lot of hurry up and wait happening at this stage now. Yeah, to be clear, I'm not talking about deleting the material. So the idea is, let's say I had a row of filters here to make sure I'm just, like, right here, to just make sure I'm getting lumber and nothing else. I wouldn't do it, but let's say. And then you take this over and you just have a bunch of containers. And the idea is those bunch of containers is saying, these are things that ended up where they're not supposed to. And then you could just grab those things out and then put them where they belong. I don't think it would be worth doing it in this game, but I can see the strategy. I can see the logic behind it. You figured in Satisfactory that at some point in the game would just get wonky and load something in your lines that shouldn't be there. Yeah, no, I never had anything like that happen. All right, how far along are we in the process? Yeah, it's still going through. It's hard to see what's actually going on inside these. Alright. But the cauldron's pretty good to filter the output. Yeah, no, there's definitely a few places I could see having filters. You tried using trucks as batch material movers? It just didn't work well. Oh, and Satisfactory? Yeah, no. The trucks are a meme. I tried to make the trucks work for a run. Like, I went out of my way to be like, we are going to use some of the trucks for the thing. But yeah, even if you took the time to make a perfectly flat route that they just had to turn and go from one spot to the other, they would still manage to jack it up sometimes. That the truck would just drive off into the sun. You're like, where are you going, man? Alright. Making solid money there. I could certainly be making more money, of course. Why are you blinking at me as if there's a new resource? I don't see a new one. Magic? Oh, that's, the Philosopher's Stone and all that. Yeah, we have our production speed. It's too much for the engine. It's just a weird thing. Yeah, so you should be slowly depleting those as long as you can keep the salt moving. The question now is, do I expand on the production here, knowing this is partially a meme that's eating silver? I think the answer is I should absolutely not do that, but I want XP faster. Oh, not priority filter. You're set to salt. I'll make sure you set the same thing as all. And one more portal. Alright. What needs to happen, chat, is I'm gonna have to stop quickly because I'm getting sucked in, and I need to be wrapping up for the night. So what's gonna end up happening here is, first of all, if you're watching on TikTok, YouTube, or any of those, the stream is going to end up running, or end up ending on you abruptly, and thank you so much for the follow. I do really appreciate that. But for everyone who is watching on Twitch, bear with me for just a moment. I'm ending all the other things. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to go find someone to